Good afternoon, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We are here to bring you live coverage of two things. The situation with the Iran negotiations. How many times have we gone through this before? How many times have we heard these reports? Oh, for weeks that a ceasefire deal is close, that they're so close to signing a deal. President Trump just posted something. I was going to say, is this actually going to happen this time? President Trump posted something 5 minutes ago, right as I was coming on the air, which I haven't even read yet. So let's see what President Trump has to say. Hang on. President Trump just posted something. He says, hold on. Let's look at what he says. I'm going to show you right now. I haven't even read it myself. Okay. President Trump says, I am in the Oval Office at the White House, where we just had a very good call with President Mohammed bin Salman Al Saud of Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan of the UAE, Ahir Tamim bin Hamad bin Khalifa Al Thani, Prime Minister Mohammed bin Abdul Rahman bin Jassim bin Jabir Al Thani, and Minister Ali Al Thawadi of Qatar, Field Marshal Syed Asim, Representative Pakistan, Turkey, Egypt, Jordan, Bahrain, concerning Iran, and all things related to a memorandum of understanding pertaining to peace. An agreement has been largely negotiated. All right. So he said, an agreement has been largely negotiated subject to finalization between the U.S., Iran, and the various other countries. Separately, I had a call with Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel, which likewise went very well. Final aspects and details of the deal are currently being discussed and will be announced shortly. In addition to many other elements of the agreement, the Strait of Hormuz will be opened, he says. Now remember, President Trump, what was it, about 6 weeks ago, posted that Iran had agreed to a deal to open the Strait of Hormuz. So, as I have said to you, relating to press reports the last several days, I said several times on the air, at this point, I will not give much importance to any of these reports, whether it's from a politician or a reporter or someone else, until there's an actual finalized deal and all sides say that it's finalized. That's my opinion here. Because we have just had this is not a Trump thing. We have had this before. I've been saying this, have been all these press reports the last few days. And I've been saying, well, I'll believe it when I see it. Cynthia Pickles says, what is new to this? Well, also, let me say this. If there's some sort of deal, but the deal is like a ceasefire for 30 days, if the deal says like the war ends, but we're going to work out the details in the next 30 days, well, that's not really a permanent deal, because then the details need to get worked out. So, again, I'll believe it when I see it. So how to change the headline? Trump says U.S.-Iran deal close. How's that? I mean, again, uh, you know, we've been down this road before with all these different reports. So again, that's my take on this. Is I'm going to wait until there's an actual deal that, and the sides all say confirm there's a deal, and that the deal is not just to negotiate for 30 more days. So we'll have to see. One of the viewers thinks I should have again. I should have again in the headline. Now remember, the oil markets. It's the weekend, so stock market. It's Saturday. Stock market closed. Oil markets closed. You know. But when he says the Strait of Hormuz will be opened, I will just remind you that weeks and weeks ago, he did announce that Iran and the U.S. had reached a deal, and that Iran had agreed to open the Strait of Hormuz, and it would be open forever. And that never happened. So we have to wait and see what happens. Oh, plus Memorial Day, yeah, as our viewer said. In the U.S., we have an extra day. Monday, the markets are not open in the U.S. But in I would think that the oil market's still open tomorrow. Do the oil markets not open on Memorial Day? International markets? Let's do a quick flash poll. Will there be an actual U.S.-Iran deal in the next week? That's my question. That's my poll question. I'm going to post it right now. Vinny Rohr thinks no. Trump has said this like 20 times now. He's not even saying there's a deal yet. He says it's been largely negotiated. It's subject to finalization between all the countries. And he says final aspects and details are currently being discussed and will be announced shortly. He does say it will be announced shortly. Well, I don't know. We'll see. I'll see if there's anything in Iranian state media about this too. Give me a moment. I also want to check on something here. You know what I got to do? Here's what I need to do. Here's how we're going to do this. Let me take this and put this right here. And we'll save this over here. Okay, one moment. Hey, I came on at a convenient time. I came on right as Trump posted. How about that? How about that? All right, we'll get rid of this. And we need to put up on the screen for you guys. Post. Okay, that's what I wanted to do. Uh-oh. Hang on. Hang on. Okay, so we're going to get this on the screen for you right here. So there's Trump's post. There's Trump's post right there. And I have to post, we're doing a poll. So I got to show you what you guys said about the poll. But I need to post the poll on Facebook. That's what I'm going to do right now. Oh, I see. Holy Earth thinks it's a deal to talk about getting a deal. Okay, now. All right, I'm going to show you what the poll results are right now. Time for poll results. There's you guys thinking about the poll. So I said, will there be an actual US-Iran deal in the next week? On YouTube, here is the YouTube. The YouTube poll is 83% say no. 83% on YouTube, 82% say no deal in the next week. Wow. On Facebook, 84% no on Facebook. So our audience is skeptical. Here is Twitch. Look at Twitch. Look what's going on at Twitch. 92% on Twitch say no. It's also an interesting strategy to announce that there's not a deal yet, but there will be soon. That's a whole other thing. I got to check a couple things here. Donna Simmons says Monday is a holiday in the UK. That's what Donna said. It's a spring bank holiday. I don't even know what that is. Anyways, thank you, Donna Simmons, for writing in. A national public holiday in the UK on Monday, May 25th. Thank you. Let's see. All right. So again, most of you think that there will not be a deal in the next week, an actual Iran-U.S. deal in the next week. All right. Thanks for voting in our poll. I appreciate that. Now let's get back to the updates here. Give me a moment. Just give me a moment here. Boop. And on Facebook, it ended up being 83% no. Hey, let me thank our moderators. We have moderating right now Beth Mythical, Debbie BJG, Janet B. Ruth are all moderating. Did I say Beth Mythical? Thanks to our moderators over there on YouTube, on Facebook. Thanks to our moderators over there. Kay Lowry Body is moderating. Thanks, Kay. Thanks to all of our subscribers on Facebook, just to name a few: Sophie Coretta, Kristen McConnell Gates, Dolly Clark, Diane Allworth, Thanks on Twitch to our moderators, Matthew Kohai 3, McBritches, and Sarah. Thanks also to our Andy in Austin for gifting a subscriber on Twitch. Thank you, Andy in Austin. Thanks for subscribing, Prince of BTC and Rodders. Also, Kay Lowry Body, not Kay Lowry Body, Linda Belk, Misha and Larry over there on X, who moderate for us there. Hey, and also big thanks to Owl Hippie for being a member. Thanks, Kenneth Colton, for being a member. Thanks, Baron Crosswinds, for your support. That's really kind of you, Baron Crosswinds. Thanks also, Carlos Rosa. Very nice of you, Carlos Rosa. Really appreciate your support. Thanks, been fan of your work, one. Big fan of your work, one. Thank you, Eric Bush, for your support, who said, that's a lot of people to name drop without including Iran on the list. Thank you, Hastings Crew, who thinks there will be an agreement this weekend, even if a bit shaky, it will be announced. Thank you, Rivka Spronk, who says, what does that post mean? Thank you, Holy Earth. Thank you, PWP. PWP thinks they're just manipulating the market. Thanks for your support. Thanks, Corey2S, who says, weekend futures up, my QQQ call options will be up. That's what Corey2S says. What is this here? Hold on. Give me a moment. Give me one moment here. Where do I have this? Oh, I see. A lot of markets closed over the weekend, but hey, I can tell you this. Here's a little bit of a response. It looks like Bitcoin had a little bit of a response. Let's go over to TradingView. Here is, oops, hold on. I gotta fix something. I gotta fix something. All right, so we don't want, get rid of that. Want that. Oopsie. Okay, hang on. Okay, so on TradingView, tradingview.com, TradingView, I'm looking at the Bitcoin chart on TradingView, and it does look like, for whatever it's worth, in the last few minutes, when did Trump post? Trump posted at 4:30. Well, is that right? Well, actually, no. I'm wrong. Well, no. Oh, yes, yeah. So Trump posted at 4:30. Okay. So this is this is 4:30 at around 4:30. Bitcoin went up from like 70, started going up, and it was at 75,900 or so, and now it's to 76,740 or so. So Bitcoin went up like $800 or something. Yeah, went up 1%, says Vladimir, since he posted, for whatever that's worth. Okay, Harper Ann says it got old long ago. So we need to try to see if there's going to be, what's Iran going to say about this? I have no idea what Iran's going to say about this. Tasneem Iran state media posted that what Trump said, but they haven't posted any kind of response. So we'll have to see in the coming minutes if we get some sort of response from Iranian state media. I haven't seen it yet. Let me check a couple other things here. Oh, I need to check something else. By the way, I don't have a live shot that I can use at the moment of the Garden Grove chemical tank situation. That's a serious situation. We'll talk about that too. But if I get a live shot of that, I'll let you know. I'll put it up there. Cavitate says, why are they wasting time with this? There will be no deal. I buy BTC says they are pumping the market so they can short it. Jane Smith says more insider trading. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. We'll have to just see. We'll have to just see. Hey, let's not forget about Garden Grove. I do want to mention what's happening with Garden Grove. Let's talk about that for a second. Oh, I missed this update. Hold on. All right, so this is what was said this morning. So remember, in Garden Grove, California, there's a chemical tank, and there's a concern that the chemical tank is going to explode. And 40,000 people have been ordered to evacuate. That order came out yesterday. Okay, and it was thought that the temperature in the tank had been stabilized yesterday, but it turns out the temperature in the tank was not stabilized after all that. So let me show you what the authorities, they gave an update this morning. And let me show you what they had to say. I just need to pull up here. Oops, okay, that's good. Oh no, I didn't want to do that. Okay, here's what the authorities said in Garden Grove. We'll get back to Iran in a second. Here's the update from Garden Grove oops, I didn't do a good job of that. Let's try this one more time. Let's listen to the critical incident update. This is from 4 hours ago. Roughly 4 hours ago. Now it'll work.
Good morning. My name is Craig Covey. I'm Incident Commander of the Western Incident, the hazmat incident in Garden Grove. Try to give you a little update this morning of what's going on. Yesterday afternoon, I did report that we had some positive intel and that the tanks were stable and we were keeping the temperature cool, and actually we thought we were reducing it a little bit. Unfortunately, I had to say thought. Those temperatures we are doing is via drone, doing readings on the external of the vessel. It's not covering the interior temperatures, the inside of what's actually the liquid is at. But with that intel and working with the chemist from the emergency response team from the manufacturer, we made a call last night to go back offensive. We've been defensive this whole time out of life risk and our hazard of the explosion. Going back offensive, we did put people in harm's way last night with support of the chemist team, that emergency response team, and our members. We did put them back in harm's way last night with an attempt to go in and neutralize the additional tank, the 15,000 gallon tank. We want to neutralize that product to remove its explosive potential should the 7,000 gallon tank blow up. So when the members went in there, they were able to go see the gauge that's being covered by water. You can't see it from a distance, you can't see it from a drone. They were able to go in there and see the gauge and actually see what the internal temperature is of this tank that's having issues. Unfortunately, I do have to report that the temperature was 90 degrees. Yesterday morning, it was 77 degrees when we backed out. It's been averaging about a degree an hour increasing. So that's the bad news. Unfortunately, I have to share with you. There's some thoughts here. So we still have the two plans, right, that we were handed this incident off to us. Does it rupture and spill, or does it blow up? Right now, one of the concepts we're thinking about is because of the heavy deluge of water and cooling it, we're allowing it to cure at a slower rate and reducing its overpressure building. It's one of the thoughts. So like an ice cube that freezes from the outside in, this stuff cures, it heats up and cures from the outside in. While it's doing that process, it's building that pressure. There's a void space above the top layer of the water or the liquid to the top space. We're hoping that that space can absorb a slower cure rate and not overpressure and blow up. So that's the third option. We're optimistic and we're trying to look into validate, get some technology in there that can validate our thoughts, do some additional research. In addition to that, we're bringing people in from all over the country, talking to people all over the place, trying to come up with additional options. Letting this thing just fail and blow up is unacceptable to us. Our goal is to find something and not allow that happen, not let it damage our community, not let it damage our environment. That's unacceptable. So we're going to continue with that out-of-box thinking, come up with those other plans. Concurrently, we're working on how do we respond to this thing should it fail. So we have very aggressive plans being developed for contingency for fire emergency, for medical emergencies, which should be limited because thankfully you have followed our direction and removed the life safety hazard of this by evacuating. The only life safety hazard now is our firefighters and our police officers and that chemistry team going down range. That eliminates a big part of this problem. And the last thing we're doing is we're preparing for the tank to fail and spill the liquid all over the place. We're going to try to establish some diking and damming and divert it to a spot that could be a holding area. There's a trailer offloading spot, if you're familiar with that, at commercial buildings. It kind of goes downgrade. We're looking for places that we can push this fluid should it fail and try to prevent it from getting into our storm drains, our river channels, and ultimately into the ocean, doing an environmental disaster. So that's today's update. I hope this helps you. I know you're out of your houses. I know there's a lot of anxiety over this. I just need you to understand, we are not giving up. We are not accepting the fact that we just let this thing fail. We're going to try to find a solution. We're working 24 hours a day to do it. We had members downrange last night at 4 in the morning. We're going to do everything we can to mitigate this, protect your residences, protect our environment, and get you back home.
All right. And then there's a more recent update, but it's not as big of an update, I don't think. But give me 1 second and hold on. I'll put that on in a second. Hang on. It's methacrylate is the chemical. Methyl methacrylate. All right, let me just show you the other update here. Now this was from about 45 minutes ago. Well, it's about 4 minutes long. Perspective on the evacuation zones.
Hello, my name is Nick Freeman. I'm a division chief with the Orange County Fire Authority and serving as the hazmat branch on the Western Incident in the city of Garden Grove, California. I wanted to briefly talk to you guys about our evacuation zones that we discussed yesterday in our press conference, and to give you some visual representation of those evacuation zones and why we've put those zones into place. If I step over here to our map, you'll see a variety of different shapes. You'll see our circles and then our oblong shapes. Those represent different things. Our circles represent our blast zone. So if this tank fails and we have an explosion, these represent our blast zone. The innermost circle represents areas where we can expect severe structural damage and significant harm. The next ring out is our moderate blast damage. We would expect, again, structural damage and harm to those within that zone. And then our third layer is our light blast damage, where we might see some structural damage, but it would be a little bit more limited. As we move up to our oblong shapes, you have three represented. Our red up here indicates areas of flammability where we could have fire or flash fire in those zones. Beyond that, you'll see an orange oblong. That represents areas that are immediately dangerous to life and health, where it would cause injury if anybody inhales or is impacted by the product in question. And then the yellow is our non-hazardous zone, which is our odor threshold. This product has a very low odor threshold and can be smelt very easily, so that's why that representation is very large. But again, it is non-hazardous at that level. We've also indicated some daily wind shifts that can and will occur throughout the incident, and we're constantly modeling our wind and weather throughout the incident as we expect our weathers to consistently change from day to night. That concludes my overview of our maps.
Hi, my name is Dr. Regina Chincio-Kwong. I otherwise go by Dr. CK. I'm your county health officer. And I know you just learned about our different evacuation zones from Chief Freeman, but I want to talk about the health concerns you may all have about what that all means when it comes to this diagram. So this diagram shows you the evacuation zone that was carefully selected, taking into consideration worst case scenario. If you are not in the evacuation zone in red here, you do not need to worry. Just stay informed with any updates that you see. Now, if you remain in the evacuation zone, that's where your risk increases. And as Chief Freeman had mentioned, there are different blast zones that we're taking into consideration. And yes, there are other areas that where we worry about some of the vapors that can come from the substance. Now, MMA does have a very strong fruity odor, and smelling it doesn't mean that it will have health impacts. We actually do know that when you smell it, you don't typically have symptoms, and when you actually measure the levels in the air, it doesn't mean it's dangerous. So I know that there is a segment here that shows yellow. That's the area where you might smell it if the chemical actually reacts in a way that it ends up with having vapors in the air. But again, if you are not in the evacuation zone, we don't expect any health impact. So I'm going to say it a different way. I know I'm hearing a lot of things about people wanting to wear a mask in and around the area. Again, if you are not in the evacuation zone, you do not need a mask. We have taken all the things into consideration, and this is just thinking about worst case scenario. And this is why we have this evacuation zone. If you were told to evacuate, please evacuate, because we're trying to keep in mind your safety. That's all I have for now, and stay safe.
Okay, so that was the update there. You know, I'm going to check the county fire site, the Garden Grove City site, because I saw some people had some questions about this graphic. First of all, you can't really see the details of the graphic. There are a number of people in our chat, and there's people.
Hello, my name is Nick Freeman. I'm a division chief with the Orange County.
There's people in the comments of this post, and there's also people in our chat asking for more detail. So I don't know if I have to see if they've posted this in more detail. The other thing I'm confused about is, Why is this yellow thing, this narrow thing? Is it what is, because it looks like it's directional. So is the idea that the smell is the wind blowing from the south? And they think it's just the smell will blow north? The wind is, now the wind, I looked at Google and it says the wind is blowing from southwest to northeast. Google does not say the wind is blowing from south to north. Google says it's blowing from southwest to northeast. So I don't understand why, this is supposed to be the smell, I think. Unless I'm confused. Unless it's circles, unless this is supposed to be distance in all directions, but they only have it going in one direction, but it's supposed to represent, circles. It's confusing to me. But I can't, let me see if there's anything on the Garden Grove website, but I'd like to, it'd be great if there was like a map we could go to online and we can read the explanation of the map online. Yeah, I was thinking maybe it's all directions, but it wasn't clear to me. Hang on. So I'm looking at the city site right now, and I'm not seeing I'm seeing the evacuation map, but I'm not seeing that. I'll have to look up and see if I can find anywhere that other map. That's the evacuation map. That's not the map with the circles and stuff. Give me a moment. Oh. Hold on. I can show you this. Hang on a moment here. Well, I don't know how much better that is. So on Facebook, one of the commenters on X posted out that the Facebook has a little more detail. On Facebook, you can see there on the right, you can see some writing. It says, it's kind of hard for me to make it out. But there, you can go over to Facebook and see that. Although it doesn't, there's no writing on this that I can make out, on the thing going up and down. Anyways, I'm sure there's... In terms of what was said about this thing, let's hear again what she said about the thing going up and down. Oops, hold on. I'm going to do this way. I'm going to do this way.
Hello, my name is Nick Freeman. I'm a division.
I hate playing things on Facebook. It does that all the time.
Evacuation zones from Chief Freeman, but I want to talk about the health concerns you may all have about what that all means when it comes to this diagram. So this diagram shows you the evacuation zone that was carefully selected, taking into consideration worst case scenario. If you are not in the evacuation zone in red here, you do not need to worry. just stay informed with any updates that you see. Now, if you remain in the evacuation zone, that's where your risk increases. And as Chief Freeman had mentioned, there are different blast zones that we're taking into consideration. And yes, there are other areas that where we worry about some of the vapors that can come from the substance. Now, MMA does have a very strong fruity odor, and smelling it doesn't mean that it will have health impacts. We actually do know that when you smell it, you don't typically have symptoms, and when you actually measure the levels in the air, it doesn't mean it's dangerous. So I know that there is a segment here that shows yellow. That's the area where you might smell it if the chemical actually reacts in a way that it ends up with having vapor. Measure the levels in the air, it doesn't mean it's dangerous. So I know that there is a segment here that shows yellow. That's
we got to go back and see what was said about that yellow thing. Hold on. Where did he say it? Our red here indicates areas of flammability. Oh, here it is. Our third layer. All right, here's where the guy talked about the flame, the yellow.
Where we might see some structural damage, but it would be a little bit more limited. As we move up to our oblong shapes, you have three represented. Our red up here indicates areas of flammability where we could have fire or flash fire in those zones. Beyond that, you'll see an orange oblong. That represents areas that are immediately dangerous to life and health, where it would cause injury if anybody inhales or is impacted by the product in question. And then the yellow is our non-hazardous zone, which is our odor threshold. This product has a very low odor.
Okay, it is not clear to me from listening and looking at this what I get what he's saying about, like, how yellow is the where you can smell it, and he says that red indicates areas of flammability, right? So I understand
Flammability where we could have fire or flash fire in those zones. Beyond that, you'll see an orange oblong. That represents areas that are immediately dangerous to life and health, where it would cause injury if anybody inhales or is impacted by the.
Okay, so I get that red, orange, and yellow mean different things, but what I'm confused about is the directionality. It's not obvious to me, and maybe it would be obvious if I could see the map close up, that is the red only that narrow vertical line, or is the idea is that that's like a, see where the red is here? There's a yellow circle around it. And then, so with the orange, is there supposed to be like a circle around the orange? I just don't know. Now, TK says maybe when they printed it, that's where the wind was blowing. I mean, maybe, but it's still posted right now. So, again, it's confusing to me. I don't want to mislead you on it, but I don't believe from what is posted there, from what I heard and read, I cannot tell. So again, that in terms of that yellow oblong thing, I don't know if that's meant to be that, if it's meant to be only that area or maybe a bigger area than that. And I did not see on the city site. Ooh, how about if we go to their website? If we go to Orange County, well, we are on their Facebook page.
Good morning. My name is Greg Covey. I'm Incident Commander of the
I'm sorry. So anyways, a bunch of people have posted comments here under here saying, asking for, on their social media, asking for some kind of, post of the actual map somewhere. So I'm sorry I can't tell you more about that. They did say that you're okay if you're not in the blast zone. Not in the blast zone. They said you don't have to leave if you're not in the evacuation zone. What else was I going to look up? Oh, watch duty. Sometimes watch duty will have stuff. All right, so watch duty, this is a great fire information app and website, watch duty. So I'm there, but they don't have the actual, they posted a link to the updates, but they don't have the actual map up there. Again, that's the evacuation area. Oh, I'm sorry, was there additional evacuation? Hold on. I don't know. What streets are these? No, that's Ball Road. Ball Road was in it yesterday, so. All right, so anyways, those are the latest two updates from the authorities. And you can look at Orange County, what is it, Orange County Fire Authority, if you want to watch that video again, or you can rewind and watch it again. Orange County Fire Authority is the one who posted the videos. But yeah, so the temperature is still increasing in that tank, that chemical tank. And there's concern that it could explode, and it also could fail and the stuff could leak out, which is a better option than an exploding. I want to take some comments from you guys. Hang on. Give me one moment. What is travel photo lid? I just saw travel photo lid called at 5:06 p.m. Is travel photo lid same thing as like a general lid? A lid is when it said that the president won't appear on camera. Fish Like It's 1999 sent me a screen grab that somebody posted of that map on Reddit. Thank you. If that's correct, it doesn't have any labeling on the oblong shape. Thank you, Fish Like It's 1999. Okay. Give me a moment here, and we're going to get back to Iran stuff in a second. Oh, I can play you a video about the Garden Grove thing. Hey, let me take some comments from you guys. There's a 24-hour day camera on the site now. Where's that at? I'm not aware of that. I know that some of the news outlets are putting up helicopters. I don't have a helicopter shot I can show you. If you know of a different one, let me know. Hey, thanks Alex Brand Zawadsky for your support. Switch the channel. Thank you. Elliot, thank you. Elliot says 3.6 rotogen, not great, not terrible. I don't even know what that means. Oh, that's from Chernobyl. It's a Chernobyl reference. I see. It's a reference to the miniseries Chernobyl on HBO. Thank you, Elliot. Thank you, CDJ and Tyler Guy, our members. Thanks, Jeff TE88, PFCR. Yeah, I don't know if that yellow area depended on the wind direction. It's unclear to me. It's possible. Thank you, Jeff TE88, PFCR. Thanks, Kerry Poteet, for the memberships. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks also, UKNW Adapts. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And also, Fiddy, is it? If I'm reading it right. Oh, Fiddy says, search CLUSDT on TradingView to see the price of oil right now. It trades 24/7. Now, I'm not aware of some kind of reliable after-hours oil market that you can use to reliably see what the price of oil will be when the market opens up. I did ask Gemini AI about CLUSDT. They said it's traded on cryptocurrency platforms, and it says, is the weekend price accurate? Not really. It is mostly a reflection of retail sentiment and algorithms rather than real oil supply and demand. No institutional flow. The massive institutions, oil companies, and hedge funds that actually move the energy markets do not trade on crypto CFD platforms over the weekend. Volume is incredibly thin. Gemini said if you want a rough, highly speculative pulse check on how retail traders, those are non-institutional traders, are reacting to breaking weekend news, CLUSDT will give you a live chart. But if you want to know what oil will actually be priced at when global business resumes, you have to wait until official futures open on Sunday evening. Now, I know that AI doesn't get everything right. I'm just saying I have no reliable indication that CLUSDT is a reliable indicator of what the oil price would be if markets were open right now. That's the best I can tell you. I don't even know what to even look at here. Hang on. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Yeah, so this is, again, this is what our viewer suggested. But as I mentioned, Gemini said it's not particularly reliable. But it says that, what is this for? This is some sort of market on Binance where people are trading some sort of trade on about the oil market, but I don't know how reliable it is. But anyways, what you can see is that for whatever it's worth, when President Trump made his announcement, it went down some, a couple dollars, but then it went back up because the announcement was at 430. Again, I don't want to linger on this because I have no clue what I'm really looking at here. I'm just mentioning it because a viewer mentioned it, but I don't want to start doing analysis of things that I don't know what the deal is with it. So I leave it to the experts. Now, Fiddy probably knows a lot more about this than me, but I don't really feel comfortable lingering on it. You can go look it up on yourtradingview.com if you want. Hey, thanks to Cruisin' and Harper Ann and Spin City News and Toka Tokaji. Thanks, Toka Tokaji, for the memberships. Thanks. Let's... Oh, before we get back to Iran, I want to show you something. a little summary of what's going on here in Garden Grove. You can see thousands evacuated in Southern California due to failing chemical tank, which may explode. Officials ordered tens of thousands of people to evacuate their homes in the Los Angeles suburb of Garden Grove yesterday due to a failing chemical tank that was likely to either leak or explode, possibly releasing toxic vapor in the air. Remember, it was announced that a few hours ago, it was announced that yesterday it was thought that they had brought the temperature, that they were able to maintain the temperature of that tank and it wasn't getting higher, but they figured out this morning that the tank temperature was getting higher. It had gone up to 90 degrees compared to 77 degrees yesterday morning, and it's averaging a degree up every hour. The malfunctioning tank contains methyl methacrylate, a flammable, volatile chemical used in plastics and manufacturing at an aerospace plant. And here is a quick video, short video from, if I can get this on the screen for you, from Reuters about this. Where did it go? Hang on. I found it. Here is the video. For those who haven't been following the story.
There are literally two options left remaining. One, the tank fails and spills a total of about 6,000 to 7,000 gallons of very bad chemicals into the parking lot in that area. Or two, the tank goes into a thermal runaway and blows up, affecting the tanks that are around them that have fuel or the chemicals in them as well. Most importantly right now, there is no active gas leak, no plume in the area. We are setting up these evacuations in preparation for these two options. It fails or it blows up. Please follow our requests and orders for evacuations.
So the tank is the one behind here, I believe. There's 3 tanks here. We were watching live footage of this yesterday. I don't have a live shot available right now for me, but back here. Yeah, so that clip, the clip of the fire official talking was from yesterday, but that's still where they're at. Is basically the only options right now, unless they can. They're trying to get a third option, but the two main options right now are it blows up or it fails and leaks. But they're working on they're hoping that maybe that the pressure, if it goes up gradually, can be absorbed by the void at the top of the tank, they said, and maybe it won't blow up. Milana says those aren't good options. Okay, so we'll get back to that. We'll get back to that. All right. We'll give you more updates on that, but we got to talk about Iran some more. I'm keeping an eye on it, though. Oh, Fars News posted. Hold on a second, guys. Hold on. Oh, we have an update from Fars News. Fars State Media. Let's look at this. Give me a moment. Fars Iranian State Media. Oops. Here is Fars Iranian State Media. Remember, President Trump said a deal is close. He said shortly there will be announcements about this. Let me just go over what President Trump said, first of all. Then I'll show you what Far State Media said. Wait, I need to do this. So remember, President Trump said, among other things, he said, an agreement has largely been negotiated subject to finalization between the U.S., Iran, and Israel, and the various other countries listed. Final aspects and details of the deal are currently being discussed and will be announced shortly. In addition to many other elements of the agreement, the Strait of Hormuz will be opened, he said. So deal soon and Strait of Hormuz will be opened, President Trump said. So here is what was said by the Far State Media. I'm putting it on the screen right now. Iran State Media Fars, Trump's claim about returning the Strait of Hormuz to its previous state is untrue. According to Fars, contrary to Donald Trump's claim moments ago on the social network Truth Social that the Strait of Hormuz would return to its previous status and preparations were underway to sign the agreement, Fars reporter follow-up shows this claim is also far from reality. According to the latest text exchanged, in the event of a possible agreement, the Strait of Hormuz will continue to be under Iranian management. Although Iran has agreed to allow the number of ships passing through to return to pre-war levels, this does not in any way mean free passage back to the pre-war situation. Accordingly, the management of the strait, determining the route, time, method in passage, and issuing permits will continue to be the monopoly in the discretion of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Therefore, Trump's claim in this regard is incomplete and does not correspond to reality. It is worth noting that Trump had previously stated that negotiating Iran's nuclear program would be a key condition for any agreement. However, no commitments have been made by Iran, and the nuclear issue has not been discussed at all this stage. It is worth noting that American officials have acknowledged in numerous messages to Iran that Trump's tweets are mainly for propaganda and media consumption within the U.S. and have recommended that these statements be ignored. Wow. All right, hold on a moment here. First of all, I got to post this. Okay, hang on. Iran State Media Fars and I believe Fars is close to the Revolutionary Guard. Yeah, which is close to the Revolutionary Guard. Says Trump's claim today, claim on Truth Social that the Strait Trump's claim about returning the Strait of Hormuz to its previous state is untrue. According to the latest text exchanged, In the event of a possible agreement, the Strait of Hormuz will continue to be under Iranian management. So that was posted by Iranian state media, and this was posted 23 minutes ago. Sorry I missed this. We were talking about the getting an update about the Garden Grove chemical explosion risk. Died suddenly, thinks any deal with the Revolutionary Guard will end horribly? Sandy Lucas says, so in other words, it's back to square one with Iran. Ruth says, so let's see how it turns out. Why are we trusting Iran media? It's not Iran media generally. It's Iranian state media. So it's one thing if Iranian media, state media, which is means it's tied to the government, says they blew up a bunch of U.S. ships. I'm not going to trust them on that. But I do think they are a reliable source about as good as we can get at this point as to what the government is thinking. Now, maybe state media is lying about the government, what the government's thinking. It would be strange to me if the Iranian state media said our negotiating position is one thing, and then they announced to the people of Iran that they'd reached a deal that was completely different. That would seem kind of strange to me. So I do think it's important to look at what state media says about the Iranian negotiating position, because state media means it's tied to the government. Doesn't mean you should trust them on everything. But, I mean, if we're looking for a window into what Iran is thinking, I don't know if we have a better one. Is it perfect? No. But, I mean, it's a statement from the Revolutionary Guard affiliated state media minutes after Trump posted. I mean, they're not saying anything new. This is what Iran has been saying basically since they closed the strait. Since the ceasefire, certainly. This is not a new position. Iran has said something like this over and over and over. One of the viewers said the Iran government seems multi-headed, though. Well, I'm not an Iran expert, but the Revolutionary Guard is perhaps, from what I understand, the most powerful institution in Iran. And certainly, you can't, any deal that the Revolutionary Guard doesn't agree to is not going to be a very effective deal. Give me a moment here. Let me see what else is being reported. Okay, so that is the. Let me. I'm going to see if I have any other response from that I can see from Iran. But that's what Iranian state media says. Iranian Revolutionary Guard media. Kayla says, how can we trust one thing Iran says, not the other? So, Iran has state media. That means the media is controlled by the government, something like Fars News. So you have to think to yourself, when they talk about different things, what motivation do they have to lie or not? State media has a motivation to portray their military as doing better than it actually does. So we saw many times during the war where Iran state media would say, we damaged or sank U.S. ships. They have a motivation to do that. It doesn't seem to me that they would have as strong a motivation to lie about their negotiating position. There's an obvious motivation. So how you can believe them on one thing and not another is if you think that their motivations, that the cost and benefit to them are different for different topics, then you would be justified in believing certain things they talk about more than others. I have not seen any evidence during this war that Iranian state media is misrepresenting the general negotiating position of the state. I have seen lots of evidence that Iranian state media constantly and regularly exaggerates the performance of the Iranian military and the damage they've done to the U.S. So based on all of that, and the motivations you'd think they'd have for doing one or the other, those are reasons that I put a lot more, I believe a lot more when they post about what their negotiating position is than when they post that they've blown up a U.S. ship. I also see these different reports claiming what this deal is online, and I'm not hanging on the word of those. Some of them say it's this many days and it includes this but not this. Who knows at this point? I mean, we don't even know the basics. Iran state media is claiming that Iran stays in control, would stay in control. Literally, Iranian state media says, according to the latest text exchange, in the event of a possible agreement, the Strait of Hormuz will continue to be under Iranian management. I mean, and President Trump said the Strait of Hormuz would be open. And Iranian state media says President Trump's claim on Truth Social about returning the Strait of Hormuz to its previous state is untrue. So you have two different things coming from the two sides about one of the most basic elements of the whole deal. So we don't know. I honestly don't know. I don't know if any of these media reports about what the deal says is true. You have different people talking about a deal and posting about these reports about a deal, but I don't even know what this deal is. So I feel like you have people responding to media reports about what the deal contains. For example, Mike Pompeo, who's former Secretary of State under Trump, he posted today. Now he said the deal being floated with Iran seems straight out of the Wendy Sherman, Robert Malley, Ben Rhodes playbook. Pay Iran to build a WMD program and terrorize the world. Not remotely America first. It's straightforward. Open the damn strait. Deny Iran access to money. Take out Iranian capability so it cannot threaten our allies in the region. Overdue. Let's go. But I don't know what deal he's talking about. When he says the deal being floated with Iran seems, I guess he's referring to some deal reported by the media. But President Trump hasn't talked about the details of such a deal. So I think he's reacting to some media report. And I see other reports like this where some prominent person says the deal I'm hearing about, or the deal X or the deal Y, but it's like they're just going off of some media report claiming they know what's in the deal. I don't think we know what's in the deal at all. Miss Paco says, I saw a summary of a deal on Twitter. But who posted it? And where are they getting their information? And is it reliable? And then OSINT Technical and Faytux Network mentioned that Al Mayadeen, which is a Middle Eastern news outlet, they're claiming that they know some terms of this deal. I don't know if that's accurate. Al Mayadeen is, by the way, a Lebanese news outlet. I'll see if I can tell you what they're saying. Yeah, so Al Mayadeen, again, I have no idea if this is true. I have no idea if any of this is true. This is what Al Mayadeen, which is a Lebanese news outlet, is claiming. They say reliable sources told them this. I have no idea if this is true. They say sources said what's being presented is not a final agreement, but a memorandum of understanding. Could be true. I don't know. The memorandum of understanding does not include any clause related to the Iranian nuclear situation. Could be true. The memo focuses on ending the war in de-escalation arrangements. Could be true, don't know. The memorandum includes in facilitating navigation in the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, that's not very specific, but could be true. Includes the withdrawal of the U.S. fleet from the vicinity of Iran. Yeah, I mean, could be true. If I don't, does it mean it ends the blockade? I don't know. The memorandum includes the release of half the frozen Iranian funds. I mean, that'd be a big deal if it's true. I don't know that that's true. The memorandum includes ending the U.S. blockade. Could be true. Don't know if it's true. 30-day deadline has been given to reach a nuclear agreement after the signing of the framework agreement. Yeah, so look, I mean, this could be true or elements could be true, but it might not be true. I have no idea. So I'm not going to start looking at reports like this and start having strong reactions and doing detailed analysis when we've been hearing about deals for months. We've been hearing about potential deals that were supposedly close for months. So I don't want to start getting all exercised over press reports about what's in a deal. Headphones user says, haven't we been hearing about this same stuff for months? Yes. We've been hearing different proposals that were supposedly close, I believe, for months now. So I'm just not going to just hang on every word of some media report. CNN is reporting that, hold on, I'll pull they report what they're hearing about a deal. Again, I don't know if any of this stuff is true. CNN reported that the deal, recent versions of the deal would end hostilities while gradually reopening the strait and ending the U.S. blockade, and would unfreeze some Iranian assets, and would start a clock of at least 30 days for continued negotiations on Iran's nuclear program. Could happen. I don't know. Joshua says, it seems like every weekend we get the same information. I'm just checking some things here. What is this? Sorry, I'm just looking. People have been sending me some messages. So, yeah, a number of people sent me some pics they found on the web that are higher resolution of the map that was being shown by the Orange County Fire Authority today. I'm hoping they post a version online that we can just go to and would be more conclusive. What is this here? Hold on a second here. Hang on. Hang on. Hey, there's a new, I just saw this online. There's a temporary flight restriction over Garden Grove. Notice to airmen, temporary flight restrictions, Garden Grove. Surface to 5,000 feet, only relief aircraft ops under direction of Orange County Fire Authority are authorized in the airspace. Now, I don't know when that came out. It says, what does this say? 2035, May 23rd 2035 to May 26th, 4 p.m. estimate. So 2035 would be 6:35, but no. Oh, is this GMT? GMT 2035 GMT would be 8:35, would be 1:35. I think 2035 GMT would be 1:35 local time. I think that's a new announcement. I mean, it just got into put into place today. I don't know if there was one yesterday. No, this EST is estimated. I believe that's estimated, not Eastern Standard Time. I don't know if this affects the helicopters because I don't know that they were flying that close. I'm assuming they could fly outside this area. Hang on a moment. But is this just this no-fly zone? It's not even so. Just to be clear, this no-fly zone, this is smaller than the evacuation area because Trask Avenue, which is the southern part, I believe, of the evacuation area, was yesterday, is down here. Yeah, this is smaller than the evacuation area. Dale is here. Ball Road is here. So this is not the evacuation area. This is a smaller footprint in the evacuation area. Yeah, UTC, Garden Grove, Saturday, May 23rd to Tuesday, May 26th, UTC. Retired Ricky says current helicopter views are viewed in from or are zoomed in from a good distance. Yeah, I mean, I would assume that the helicopters could still get a decent view without being there. And then, where is the exact? Yeah, this right here is where those RVs are parked. So, anyways, I can't really explain why this is happening. It just says, no pilots may operate in the area up to surface to 5,000 feet. Yes, pursuant to, I guess it's a regulation. Maybe it's by a regulation. Pursuant to 14 CFR section blah, blah, blah, toxic gas leaks or spills. Let me ask, is this TFR legally mandated? I'm asking AI if it's legally mandated. Because maybe it's they just have to do it. Looks like it's maybe by law. Oh, so Gemini said that the law cited gives the FAA absolute authority to shut down airspace to protect persons and property on the surface or in the air from a hazard associated with an incident on the surface. Yes, the law is that's cited on this is temporary flight restrictions in the vicinity of disaster hazard areas in order to protect persons and property, provide a safe environment for the operation of disaster relief aircraft, or present an unsafe congestion of sightseeing and other aircraft above an incident which may generate a high degree of public interest. All right. Anyway, so I noticed that that was in effect. One of the viewers says, too many drones. Well, the way the law is written, it's to protect persons and property on the surface or in the air from the hazard associated with an incident on the surface, or provide a safe environment for the operation of disaster relief aircraft. I mean, maybe the way his law is written, I don't know what the specific reason or reasons for instituting this is. Is it because they were having issues with other people trying to fly stuff above there? I don't know. Or is it more about protecting and not wanting any plane to go above there for protective reasons? Or maybe both. I don't know. So that's, they do have this, it's interesting, they do have this no flight zone up to 5,000 feet, about a mile up. Oh, subsection 1, hold on. One of the viewers mentioned 91-137A1, A1. Oh, A1 is protect persons and property on the surface or in the air. I'll show you. I'll show you what subsection A1 is. A1, protect persons and property on the surface or in the air from a hazard associated with an incident on the surface. That is the reason cited. To protect persons and property on the surface or in the air from a hazard associated with an incident on the surface. That's the legal justification given for this no-fly zone. Susan CHF says, which makes sense. Quick thanks to Sharon Hebert. Thanks for being a member for 58 months. Sharon, thank you so much. Thanks, Gallowgate Cars. He said, Gallowgate Cards says, so Trump listed a bunch of countries who have negotiated this MOU. Well, I don't know that they're negotiating it, but maybe he's running it by them. I don't know the specifics on that. Who've negotiated this MOU that's not agreed to yet, and not one of them was Iran. Seems a little flimsy. Oh, I might have read that comment before. Yeah, he did not say Iran was in the room with them, but he talked about another number of other Middle Eastern countries that he had been talking to today. Thanks, Nashinas. Nashinas said Trump didn't say it will be open under U.S. management. He said it will be open, and Iran says it will be open under our management. So I think the deal is that Iran will control the strait. Thank you, Nashinas, for your support. Nashinas 26. I don't know, Nashinas 26. If you're saying Trump is playing word games or something. So what your view is, Nashinas, is that when Trump says the Strait of Hormuz will be opened, what he means is it will be opened, but under Iranian control. But he doesn't want. But he's not saying explicitly Iranian control. So it's a way of. I don't know about that, Nashinas. I would think that most people who look at this, when he says it'll be open, they just mean open. They think he means open. So now. Maybe I don't know what he's thinking, so I'm not saying you're definitely wrong. I have a hard time thinking that when President Trump says the Strait of Hormuz will be opened, he means, well, it's opened under Iranian control. I think the vast majority of Americans who look at this would think he means just open, and would be surprised if it turned out it was. When he said it was going to be opened, it turned out it was opened under control of Iran. But thank you, Nashinas26. We'll have to see. I appreciate it. Thank you also for all your support. Thank you, Skywalker66666. Thanks, Triggerman. Triggerman thinks you should believe Iran, not Trump, if you want answers. Thanks, Tone, who says it's hard to believe anything about this war. Thanks, Creamers, who says, I've never seen an American try to articulate news coming from Iranian media tied with their government to be reliable. It's utterly amazing. Well, I guess you missed the part where remember when the U.S. plane crashed in Iran? Remember that? And the U.S. had to go in and get the pilots out? You remember for the first number of hours, the only reports on it were coming from? They were coming from Iranian state media, and they actually turned out to be true. So, I mean, there are certain things that they have been reliable on. For example, also when they claim, I mean, Iranian state media does report about, hey, also remember this? Remember when Iranian state media a couple weeks ago, remember that incident when Iranian state media started saying, hey, there's explosions near Keshem Island. There's explosions on the coast of Iran near the Strait of Hormuz. And no American media and no world media was reporting on it for hours. And they were claiming there was some sort of hostilities going on between Iran and the U.S. And remember how that turned out to be true? So the only ones reporting on it for the first couple hours was Iranian state media? So anyways, again, it depends on what they say. There's certain things that the claims they make that I am just not, I certainly do. Oh, hold on a second. Hold on. Shots fired outside of the White House. Shots fired outside of the White House, heard outside of the White House. Heard outside of the White House. People talking about it in the chat. Julie Sirkin of NBC News says, approximately 20 to 30 shots heard outside of the White House. Gunshots heard outside of the White House. So that's coming back, hearing that right now. Gunshots heard outside of the White House, approximately 20 to 30, reports Julie Sirkin of NBC News. Thanks for mentioning that. Some people started mentioning it in the chat. So let's see what this is. It could be unrelated to the White House. I don't know. But again, gunshots heard out of. Let me change the headline for the moment. Give me a moment here. We're going to get you the latest update on this. Gunshots heard outside the White House. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment here. Do I have a shot of the White House I can show you? The shot I have of the White House does not show outside the gates. That's not going to be helpful for us. I have a shot of the White House, but it doesn't show the... I might be able to go back and get the sound on that shot in a second, but for the moment, let's try to find... all right, so gunshots, reports, gunshots heard outside White House. So hang on a moment here. By the way, thank you again, Creamers, Paul Grogan, Kevin Orange, Guy, Barb Loves Alaska, Alexandria 8748, thank you. Or Alexandria Y45, thank you. And Alex Brand-Sawatsky, Switch the Channel, and Elliot 5045, and Tyler Guy, and CDJ 1313. Okay, let's get you updates. Again, reports of shots fired outside the White House. Selena Wong says many gunshots were heard while we were at the White House. Selena Wong, might be Selena Wang, I'm going to say Wong, of ABC News says many gunshots were heard when we were at the White House. We were told to run into the press briefing room. So what's going on with these reports? I'm going to put on the screen now. I do have a live shot of the White House, but you can't see like outside the gate or anything. So you're not going to really see anything probably, but I'm going to put it on the screen anyway. Give me just a moment here. Let me get this for you up on the screen. All right, that's a live shot of the White House right there. And just to show you, you can't, well, we see somebody at the bottom there. Live the White House. Okay, hold on. And is there any sound on this? I don't believe there's no sound on this. There is no sound on this. Okay, hang on a moment here. Kelly Meyer from News Nation says, gunshots heard outside the White House, per my colleagues there now. All press moved into briefing room. Per colleague, it was a lot of gunshots. We are all safe inside. Let me hit this like this. You can actually see the whole shot there. On the rooftop, there is, yes, as our viewer pointed out, there's a man walking around on the rooftop. But I don't know if that's anything. The man walking around on the rooftop and the man at the bottom, I don't know if that's anything different than normal. By the way, a quick thank you to, hang on a second here. Thank you so much to Terry Bradley Squinting Cat. Terry Bradley Squinting Cat, thank you. Let's try to get you some more updates here. Oh, hold on a moment. Also, I want to let you know. So the U.S. and Ukraine had said that they were expecting a major attack, possibly missile attack from Russia tonight. And Christopher Miller, who I follow, who is with Financial Times, he says Ukraine is currently under a Russian ballistic missile attack. Series of huge explosions just rocked the city. Attack is ongoing. So I will keep you updated on that. Again, that's not, look, that's not something that never happens. It does happen periodically. So but it's quite serious, obviously. So we'll have to see what the updates are on that, and I will keep you updated on that. So again, reportedly, 20 to 30 shots heard outside the White House, and trying to find out more. Ooh, okay, hold on a second here. Now, this could have nothing to do with the White House, right? It could be that there was some sort of, I mean, I remember, what was it, about a few weeks ago, a person exchanged fire, I believe, with authorities at the Washington Monument. So this doesn't mean that somebody was firing at the White House or something. Chris Flanagan, who is with CBS News, said, I heard about 30 shots. Around 30 gunshots. Should I say dozens of? Around 30 gunshots heard outside White House. Yes, President Trump has been at the White House all day. Selena Wong of NBC says it appears like, oh, she posted a video. Hold on a second. Do we have, I might have, I don't own the rights to the video, but hold on, I might have a video where I can give you a link where you can hear the gunshots.
Said a deal is close.
Hold on.
Only for the two sides to remain.
I can hear them. All right. I don't own the rights to this, so I'm going to post a link in the chat where you can hear the gunshot sound. I'm posting the link right now. Selena Wong of NBC just posted a video of she was doing a live shot and she could hear the gunshots all of a sudden. Yeah, it's a lot of shots. It goes on for a number of seconds. And again, I'll post the link in the chat again. She was doing a live shot at the White House, and then she started hearing these shots, and somebody said down, and she dove down. And again, these were reportedly outside. She was doing a video on the White House lawn. Oh, give me a moment. So trying to get more information on this, gunshots heard outside the White House. This shot does not have sound on it, I don't believe. Oh, I have not heard that anything actually happened at the White House at this point. That shots impacted the White House or were directed at the White House. There's no reporting on that at the moment. All the reporting so far says the shots were heard outside the White House. But I'll let you know if I heard anything more. One of the viewers said the gunshots on the video sounded muffled or far away. Yeah, so there's not much information on this right now. I will post again the link that I'm posting again the video that Selena Wong posted, where you can hear the shots. Oh, hold on a second. Julie Sirkin of NBC News says, outside the press briefing room doors, there are USS officers, gun drawn, told us to run inside, I guess when the shots happened. The White House is now on lockdown. The White House is on lockdown, according to Julie Sirkin with NBC News. So again, the press has been told to go inside the press briefing room. Oh, hold on a second here. Not a lot of I'm looking at different sources trying to get you updates on this right now. But it was a lot of shots. Again, reportedly up to 30 shots. Chris Flanagan posted a video saying we are on lockdown. President Trump is at the White House. He is with News Nation. Nothing yet from DC police. I haven't seen anything yet. No official statement from the White House on this. Give me one moment here. Hang on. I don't know that I have access to any scanner that's saying anything. I'll look and see. I just don't know right now. Let me just check it quickly. One of the viewers had mentioned that. Thanks for mentioning it. I don't know. Is this? DC Fire EMS, there's that. I turned on DC Fire EMS. I'm not hearing anything, but it's on. Let me see if I have any other updates for you. Oh, now it's loud.
Local alarm engine 15. Respond for a residential fire alarm at 2222 Chester Street Southeast. Local alarm engine 15. Respond for a residential fire alarm at 2222 Chester Street Southeast. Cross Street to W Street. Operator attack channel 02 at 1828.
So again, shots were heard outside the White House about 20 minutes ago or so, and the White House has been locked down. We don't really know the nature of what was going on, but multiple reports say about 30 shots. Selena Wong of ABC News posted a video of her doing a video. She was making a video at the time of the gunshots, and you can hear the gunshots in her video. I'll post that again in the chat. And give me a moment. I have the scanner on, but I don't really know how much we're going to hear. This is not the police scanner. For all I know, their police scanner is encrypted. Why is this not behaving here?
Communications, Pennsylvania Ave Command.
Go ahead.
You have ambulance 23.
Now, what is this? This says,
Medic 25 respond at the request of Medic 19 for ALS response at 1395 Morris Road Southeast. Medic 25 respond at the request of Medic 19 for ALS response at 1395 Morris Road Southeast.
oh, hey guys, hold on.
Contact channel
Hold on.
011 at 1829.
I'm seeing something right now.
Ambulance 30 Bravo respond for an overdose. In apartment
I got to turn this off.
at
Hold on.
2323 Good Hope Court Southeast.
All right, I'm looking back, and I'm seeing on Broadcastify, they talked about a shooting at 17th Street and Pennsylvania Ave Northwest about 22 minutes ago. 17th Street and Pennsylvania Ave Northwest. All right, hang on a moment. So if we pull up a map, there's several posts from about 20 minutes ago on Broadcastify about that. 17th Street and Pennsylvania Ave Northwest, DC. Okay, so here is 7. That's right near the White House. That's right on the corner there. All right, so hang on. So I see back about 20-something minutes ago on Broadcastify, shooting at 17th Street and Pennsylvania Ave Northwest. Listen.
Paramedic Engine 16 respond for possible shooting with EMS 6, Engine 23, EMS 7, Medic 1 at 17th Street and Pennsylvania Avenue Northwest. Paramedic Engine 16 respond for possible shooting at 17th Street and Pennsylvania Avenue Northwest.
Okay, and they talk about attack channel. So, and then when was the shooting reported? Yeah, I first saw reports of this around 6:09. So yes. So let me just post this right now. Give me 1 second. Just give me one moment here. This would be, so just hang on 1 second. Give me one moment. Okay, so I just want to get this posted. Around the time media reported hearing gunshots outside the White House, scanner traffic from Broadcastify reported a shooting at 17th Street and Pennsylvania Avenue Northwest. Which is on the corner near the White House. Map below. All right, let me just post this. And I'll show you guys what I'm talking about. Around the time media reported hearing gunshots outside the White House, scanner traffic from Broadcastify reported a shooting at 17th Street and Pennsylvania Avenue Northwest, which is on the corner near the White House, map below from Google Maps. Okay, so if we look at our map here, hold on, here's the map. 17th Street and Pennsylvania Avenue Northwest is right here. It's right there. and there's the White House. Okay? So, again, there's the Eisenhower Executive Building, Executive Office Building. There's the White House, and there is 17th Street and Pennsylvania Ave Northwest. And as I mentioned, there are several scanner reports right around the time this was reported that said that there was a shooting there. I don't know if it's the same shooting, but again, several reports on the scanner. I'll play you another one here from Broadcastify.
Medic 2 respond along with Battalion Chief 6 for shooting at 17th Street and Pennsylvania Avenue Northwest. Medic 2 respond along with Battalion Chief 6 for shooting at 17th Street and Pennsylvania Avenue Northwest. Operate on TAC channel 0 Bravo 3 at 1810.
All right, stop. All right, so we heard that. Hang on a moment here. Yeah, so that's possibly where it happened. Here is a post from just a minute ago. Hold on, a minute ago.
Ambulance 16 respond at the request of Pennsylvania Avenue Command at 17th and Pennsylvania Avenue Northwest. Ambulance 16 respond at the request of Pennsylvania Avenue Command at 17th Street and Pennsylvania Avenue Northwest. Operate on TAC channel 0 Bravo 3 at 1836.
So that's literally from 2 minutes ago. That's from 2 minutes ago. All right, hang on a moment. Some people are saying that there are some new updates. So give me a moment. Let me check some things out here. Thanks for bearing with me. Here is the White House. Oh, and then Intel Doge said CNN had a report about this as well. CNN reported that a Secret Service official told CNN the agency was investigating reports of shots fired at the corner of 17th Street and Pennsylvania Avenue Northwest. There you go. There you go. That's from CNN. Okay? So that's just what we were just talking about. Update from CNN. A Secret Service official told CNN that the agency was investigating reports of shots fired at the corner of 17th Street and Pennsylvania Avenue Northwest, which is just outside the White House complex. Hat tip. Intel Doge. So it sounds like what we thought was the location, which is 17th Pennsylvania Ave Northwest and 7 North Pennsylvania Ave Northwest and 17th Street Northwest. Pennsylvania Avenue Northwest and 17th Street Northwest. And there's the White House there. Again, there's the White House, and there's the intersection. All right, let me see if I have any updates here. Hang on a second here. Yeah, so that appears to be where the situation happened here, where the red marker is in that area. Local bird dog thinks probably preempted a shooter. That I don't know. Let me see if I get any other updates on this. Yeah, I don't know yet what actually happened there. At that location. But again, this was not at the White House. This was on the corner of the street outside the White House. Thank you, by the way, to our moderators. We have Beth Mythical and Ruth moderating right now. I really appreciate it. Give me a moment. I just want to thank our moderators. Also on Twitch, we have Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, Matthew Kohai 3, McBritches, and Sarah. Thank you. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderate for us on X and on Facebook. I want to thank our moderators over there. Then we'll get you more updates. Michael Fergal is moderating over there. I know Kay Lowry Body was moderating over there earlier. Thanks to all of our Facebook moderators. All right, now let me pull up what I had on the screen before. B&O News reported a video that also captures, I guess, the moment of gunfire. B&O News and Faytux Network posted a video. So let me just, I don't own the video, but I'll post a link to it. Hold on. Yeah, so there's another video that B&O posted in Faytux Network and AZ Intel posted. I'll post a link to that too. If you want to see the different videos, you can go to my X account, which is @Lookner on X. I've been reposting them all there, @Lookner on X. Again, Secret Service just posted. Secret Service just posted, and they did say that the address is 17th Street and Pennsylvania Avenue Northwest. So there you go. So the scanner hunch was right, guys. Scanner hunch was correct. We are aware of reports of shots fired near 17th Street and Pennsylvania Avenue Northwest and are working to corroborate the information with personnel on the ground. Additional information will be provided as it becomes available. So there you go. Oh, Fox News is showing a live shot of an ambulance, one of our viewers mentioned, at the scene. There's some police cars and an ambulance there. I have a recording. It's not live. I can show you some recorded video via AFP of the area. Hold on. Let me get the AFP feed up. AFP feed coming up with moments ago footage. That's not what I wanted. I have some footage from AFP moments ago. Why is this not working? Let's try this one more time. Try one more time. Now it's working. Hang on. Let me do this. Let me get the feed up for you. This is from AFP. Some footage from earlier, from minutes ago from AFP. It's not many shots. It's like 3 shots over and over again. It's the same. I'll play the loop one more time.
Look good, man. Let me see this picture. Sorry, buddy.
I have an update. Update. Julio Rosas, who I follow, I follow him. I believe he's independent right now, but I do follow him and have found him reliable in the past. He says that DC law enforcement told him that Secret Service shot 2 men outside the White House at 17th Street and Pennsylvania Ave, one unconscious, not breathing, the other conscious and breathing, no injuries to law enforcement, hearing more info on the circumstances but working on confirmation. So this is an unconfirmed report from Julio Rosas, who I follow, who says that the Secret Service shot 2 men, one unconscious is now and the other is conscious, and he says he is working to confirm the circumstances. But again, there is the White House, there is 17th Street and Pennsylvania Northwest and Pennsylvania Ave Northwest right there. So we're waiting to hear more on this shooting incident I'll say shots fired well, I want to say down the street from White House. I think that's a good way to say it, just to try to. I mean, I just want to be clear. If you say near White House, somebody might think it's right in front. So, I mean, it is down the street. Oh, Intel. Oh, Fox News says Secret Service takes down gunman on west side of White House after he fired multiple shots. Fox News is reporting that the Secret Service took down a gunman after he fired multiple shots. But let me see if I can get anything more about what they're reporting. Nothing on their website. But I'm showing you the intersection. That's where it happened right here, that intersection. I'll say near, but we have it on this. Okay, hold on a second here. Oh, Liz Landers, hold on. I'm seeing something here. Liz Landers says she is with PBS, confirmed shots fired near White House, 2 gunshot victims now. One was suspect and other likely bystander. This occurred at 17th and Pennsylvania. The president is safe. I'm going to read this again. Liz Landers, who's the White House correspondent for PBS NewsHour. Liz Landers reports, confirmed shots fired near the White House, 2 gunshot victims now. One was the suspect and one another, a likely bystander. The president is safe. What I'll do is real quick. I'm going to change the title of the broadcast on YouTube just so people know we're covering it, but I don't know how much longer we'll be covering this particular story. I'll do this and then I'll make it, I'll change it when we get more information. see if we have any other updates here. So again, Liz Landers, who is with PBS NewsHour, she says that the shots were fired at 17th Street and Pennsylvania Ave. That there are two gunshot victims. One was the suspect and another a likely bystander. Okay, so the president is safe. The Secret Service says that this is where this happened, that's where the reports say the shots happened. And we don't have more detail right now. Let me do something real quick. Really quick. I mean, it'll be interesting to see what was the circumstances here. Is this somebody who was targeting the White House? I don't know. Give me one moment. I'm just updating the description and thumbnail just so people know we're covering this, because otherwise they won't know. And give me a moment. Thanks for your patience. We'll get you another update soon. Thanks for your patience. All right, let me just do this. Okay, and we'll put this here. Copy image. Download this. Okay. And I was going to also update one of the. All right. Let me see if I have any updates for you. Sorry for the delay. Fox News says that a gunman fired multiple shots and the Secret Service took him down. That's what Fox News is reporting. Again, Fox News is saying a gunman fired multiple shots and Secret Service took him down. Bear with me one more second. Thanks for your patience. Hang on one moment. Let me just post. I'm posting on our social media, letting people know that we're covering this, because otherwise they won't know, because we switched our coverage. All right, I'm just posting this on our social media. Thanks for your patience. Let's do this right now. We are live covering the shots fired near the White House. Okay. Now, so reportedly, 2 people shot. Reportedly. Oopsie. Oh, Kash Patel. Did Kash Patel post? Sorry. No, he didn't post. We didn't post anything new. Fox News says gunman brandished pistol fired towards White House. Fox News headline right now. Gunman brandished pistol fired towards White House. That's what Fox News just said. I'm getting the exact spelling here. Trying to. Gunman brandished pistol fired toward White House. That's what Fox News is reporting. Gunman brandished pistol fired toward White House. Reports of 2 shot. And again, Liz Landers of PBS reports that 1 suspect and 1 innocent bystander were shot. Again, this was reportedly around 20 to 30 shots. For more videos and photos, see Steve's X feed. I posted on my X feed the video from Selena Wong where you can actually hear the gunshots. If the mods on Facebook and Twitch can pin my X account, that would be great. I'm going to pin it right now on YouTube. Thank you so much. Okay, update. We have an update. Okay. Jennifer Jacobs of CBS News reports that 2 people were hit by gunfire outside the White House, the suspect and a possible bystander, and taken to the hospital. The suspect is in critical condition. The second person is in serious condition. Secret Service agents were apparently shot at and returned fire at 17th and Penn. No agents injured. I'm going to read that again. 2 hit by gunfire outside White House, says Jennifer Jacobs, the suspect and a possible bystander, and taken to hospital. Suspect in critical condition. Second person in serious condition. U.S. Secret Service agents were apparently shot and returned fire at 17th and Penn. No agents injured. CNN also reports that 2 were shot and wounded in an encounter with Secret Service near White House. Reports Secret Service shoots 2 suspect and bystander near White House. That's not all going to fit. What is this here? Hold on. Oh, hold on a second. I have an update here. Update from Kelly Meyer of News Nation. Kelly Meyer of News Nation, White House correspondent. She says, this was at 17th in Pennsylvania, which is the location on the screen. A man, a Secret Service officer involved shooting. A man walked up with a pistol and fired 3 times. Secret Service returned fire. The male suspect was taken down. I'm told a total of 2 adults shot. 1 transported, unconscious and not breathing. A civilian was struck, according to source. No one got inside the White House perimeter. So again, Kelly Meyer reports that no one got inside the White House perimeter. That there was a man walked up with a pistol and fired 3 times, and the Secret Service returned fire, and the male suspect was taken down. And 2 adults were shot, and 1 transported unconscious and not breathing, and a civilian was struck, which sounds similar to other reports we've heard. I have no idea who this alleged gunman is. A few weeks ago, there was an incident at the Washington Monument where somebody was shot by, I believe, by Secret Service. I have to look that up and double check. Give me one moment here, having a bit of an issue. I might have to just reset a couple things. Here we go. Okay. Give me a moment. I have too much open on my desktop. Just give me a moment here. Oops, sorry, I have X open. Give me a moment here. Let me just get organized and get the map on the screen for you. Hang on. Okay, here is the White House map there. And Trump is reportedly fine. He's at the White House today. Oh, I have more video to show you. Hold on. More video from AFP. More video. I heard it all. Yeah. More video from AFP earlier. Hang on. Let me see if I can show this to you. Can I show it to you? Oh, no. I don't think I'm allowed to show you that. I'm not allowed to show you the lockdown video because that is proprietary. But, oh, I do have, hold on a second. Hold on. I might have a video. Nope, I don't have that one. I'm just seeing if I have any video I can show you right now. No, I have a White House, video of the White House. That doesn't really help you much. All right, let me just go to back to the map for a second. I think that's the best thing. One of the viewers said, so did the Secret Service? Oh, well, it's implied. I'd have to look at all these different reports here. Yeah, I guess it's not totally clear. So Julio Rosas, who I follow, he reported that the Secret Service shot 2 men. The other reports imply it. I mean, Kelly Meyer of News Nation said a man walked up with a pistol and fired 3 times. Secret Service returned fire. 2 adults total were shot. So in theory, the Secret Service might have shot. We don't know for sure if the Secret Service shot both people. But seems like they shot at least one. One report says the Secret Service shot both people. So I can say 2 shot near White House in exchange with Secret Service. I mean, I'll say that for now. But again, one apparently was a suspect and one was a bystander. I'm trying to bring you some other updates here. And CNN also says 2 people were shot in an encounter with the Secret Service. The Fox News says that a gunman brandished a pistol and fired toward the White House. NBC News says one of the 2 shot appears to be the suspect, is believed to be a suspect. It's not clear if the second person was a bystander. One person is in grave condition. No, President Trump did not post about this incident that I have seen. NBC News says the lockdown at the White House has been lifted. Now, alert page, what is this? That's a different, is that the same one? Alert page posted something, but I don't know if that's the same incident. Trying to get you more information here. I have to see. One of the viewers, Whiplash Game, says, I'll bet this was completely unrelated. Well, Fox News said that the person shot at the White House, and then Kelly Myers said a man walked up with a pistol and fired 3 times, and Secret Service returned fire. Jennifer Jacobs of CBS News says Secret Service agents were apparently shot at. So the ATF posted that their special agents are on the scene at that intersection at 17th and Pennsylvania Ave, following a shooting near the White House. Reuters reports, here's what Reuters says. Phil Stewart, Reuters. Suspect approached checkpoint near White House and fired at officers. Suspect in shooting is down and taken to hospital. Scene contained and no law enforcement personnel injured. So Reuters is reporting via Phil Stewart, suspect approached checkpoint and fired at officers. Let's see if I can get here. They don't even have it posted as an article yet. But again, that is what's being posted right now. That's what's being reported right now from Reuters, that the suspect approached a checkpoint near the White House and fired at officers. Yeah, some viewers mentioned this about 40 minutes ago. Actually, about 42 minutes ago. 42 minutes ago, the Montgomery County Sheriff's Texas office said there was an active shooter situation near Kings Colony, the 19,000 block of Nottingham and Kings Colony. That was 42 minutes ago. They say multiple individuals have been shot. I don't have any details on that. That's in Montgomery County, Texas. They posted it 42 minutes ago. If I hear more, I'll let you know. Oh, I have. No, I don't have that. Sorry. So still trying to find out details of all this. I should be getting a live stream shortly from the area, just so you know. But again, Reuters is reporting that a man approached a checkpoint near the White House and started firing. Will we hear more from the Secret Service? I don't know. I'm looking around for updates here. But the lockdown at the White House has been lifted. CBS News says 2 people were wounded, including a suspect. 15 to 30 shots were fired. Again, that shows you the distance between. Now, if we go down here, so that's the intersection there. The White House is here. But I don't know exactly where that happened. Who was this person who did this? Oh, I think there's another video where you can hear shots. Hold on a moment, which I haven't seen yet. Let's see. Hang on. Wow, I just saw a new video I hadn't seen before. I'm going to post a link to that in the chat. That's interesting. I had not seen that before. Hey guys, here's a video, another video where you can hear gunshots. NBC 10 Boston posted it, of Julie Sirkin. You can actually hear gunshots in the video. That's a different one. It's a video I had not seen from with a different reporter. Still trying to get you more information. Hang on. Yeah, that's pretty. Oh, I froze. Let me unfreeze. I'm unfreezing now. Unfreezing. That's a pretty crazy video. The new one. Oh, hey guys, I want to show you something. So, Mike Pompeo posted earlier today. Let me show you this real quick. So we could talk about this more later. We've been talking about the rumored possible Iran deal, and Mike Pompeo, who used to work as the Secretary of State for Trump, he said the deal being floated with Iran seems straight out of the Wendy Sherman, Robert Malley, Ben Rhodes playbook. Pay the Revolutionary Guard to build a WMD program and terrorize the world. Not remotely America first. It's straightforward. Open the damn strait. Deny Iran access to money. Take out enough Iranian capability so it cannot threaten our allies in the region. Overdue. Let's go. So that's what he posted. Stephen Chung from the White House just posted a response to Mike Pompeo, which I want to show you. Stephen Chung is White House Director of Communications. Here, and I apologize for the language here, but this is the White House Communications Director. Mike Pompeo has no idea what the F he's talking about. He should shut his stupid mouth and leave the real work to the professionals. He's not read into anything that's happening, so how would he know? That is from the White House Communications Director Stephen Chung. So I'm just letting you know about that. Okay. Anyways. We still don't have a lot of details on this shooting. We've heard, again, multiple reports that 2 were shot. Number of the reports claim it was 1 suspect and 1 bystander. One report says the person fired at the White House. One report says the person was firing at officers at a checkpoint. So we're trying to find out more about this. All right, what I'm going to have to do is, hang on a moment, folks. Give me a quick moment here. Oh, one of the viewers said news conferences to come. I haven't seen that myself. I haven't heard about a news conference. Yeah, guys, people keep mentioning a shooting in Texas. So, as I mentioned before, about an hour ago, Montgomery County Sheriff reported there was a shooting in Texas. I don't have details of it. I believe they said it was in a residential area. I mean, sadly, many shootings happen in the United States. So I just don't know details of that right now. They say multiple people has been shot. It could be a domestic shooting. I just don't know at this point. So I'll let you know if I hear more. I don't have much information on that. But for now, we're focusing on this right now. AP reports this about the shooting. Secret Service shoots person near White House. Bystander also shot. That's what AP says. Secret Service shoots person near White House, bystander also shot. Oh, regarding the shooting in Texas, is this it? Is this the one? Hold on a second here. Yes, so I'm guessing this is the shooting. Here's what Alert Page said about that. Alert Page, who I follow, who's reliable, they said New Caney, Texas, which is in Montgomery County, multi-victim shooting, units on scene with at least 3 confirmed victims from a shooting. Scene is still being secured, checking for other possible patients. I assume it's the same one. I don't know for sure, but it's in Montgomery County. So I don't know for a fact that that's the same one, but again, it's in the same county. But I don't know. Yeah, they said in the Texas one it was near the 19,000 block of Nottingham. Yeah, so there is a 19,000 Nottingham in New Caney, Texas. So that's Montgomery County. So that is in New Caney. So according to Alert Page, there were 3 shot in an incident in New Caney, and they're trying to see if there are any more or other patients. Anyways, well, I'll let you know if I hear more on that, if it's the same incident. Hey, Brett Bayer said something. I missed this. Okay. I missed this from Brett Bayer. Brett Bayer from Fox News said this. Brett Bayer from Fox News said, oh, here. Gunman came up on west side of White House at Gate 17 near 14th Street. I assume that's in this area here. And brandished a pistol. The gunman fired towards White House 3 times. Secret Service returned fire. Don't know how many shots were fired, but apparently took gunman down. Bystander was struck during exchange. Bystander of civilian not known. Gunman did not get inside perimeter of White House. That is what Brett Bayer says. Oh, then there's another video. Hold on. I think there's another video here where you can hear the gunshots. I think. Hold on. I just saw it myself of another reporter who posted a video. Let's see if you can hear it on this one. Hold on. So there's another video of a reporter who was in the area doing a live shot, Alexandra Ingersoll of OAN, and she posted her video. Of being hit, not being hit, of doing a hit and hearing the gunshots during the video, during her recording the video. Oh, I have an update here from NBC News. NBC News says, Tom Winter, shortly after 6 p.m. tonight, a male suspect who may have been previously known to DC police and the Secret Service approached a Secret Service checkpoint near the White House and started firing indiscriminately at Secret Service agents, two officials say. U.S. Secret Service fired at the man and he is down. A bystander was also hit. Again, according to Tom Winter of NBC News, shortly after 6 p.m. tonight, a male suspect who may have been previously known to DC police and the Secret Service approached a Secret Service checkpoint near the White House and started firing indiscriminately at U.S. Secret Service agents, two officials say. U.S. Secret Service fired at the man and he is down. A bystander was also hit. So I want to say, because 2 makes it sound like suspect and I mean, if you say 2, it makes it sound like 2 people fired shots. There's like not enough. So I'm going to leave it up there right now like that. It's just hard to fit everything in there. What I need to do is I need to take like 2 minutes. I need about 2 minutes or so. I got to take about a 2-minute break myself. I'm coming back, but I need to just take a quick break. Hang on again. Hold on. Just to be safe, let's shoot for, I'm shooting for 3 to 4 minutes. I'm going to say 5 and try to be back in in less than 5, but just to be safe. Let me put this up on the screen here. So let me do this. Okay, I'll be right back. and we'll continue with more live coverage. Thanks for your patience. Hey, AP reports that both people shot are in critical condition. I just saw a report from Associated Press. Give me one moment here. Oh, I have a live shot from down the street, by the way.
But other than that, it seems to be pretty locked up for a while.
Hang on. This is a live shot coming up right now.
I don't know. You guys think you're drive or you guys drive? Drive? Oh, well, you know, push the departure time back.
Of the area.
Stay a little bit later.
Can't see that much.
Yeah. So I mean, but it's like if you come back tomorrow afternoon or 8 a.m. before you guys go, you'll be able to see it. That's just a guesstimate. That's not an exact timing.
All right, hold on. Oh, but all the tape is up. Well, hold on a second. Oh, I think I have another shot. Hold on, I have another shot. I have a different shot I can show you. I have a different shot. Wait, hold on. There's a better one, I think. Now, AP says okay, according to Associated Press, both individuals, the bystander and the suspect, are in critical condition, according to Associated Press. The gunfire comes nearly a month after what law enforcement said was an attempted assassination of the president on April 25th as he attended the White House Correspondents Association dinner. There was also, what was the incident at Washington Monument? Oh, hold on a second here. Yes, there was a shooting on May 4th where a man, 45-year-old, was charged in that incident. And in the incident on May 4th, federal authorities said that the man tried to was concealing a firearm near the Washington Monument. And officers issued verbal commands, that man fled, and then he fired at the officers. Now, some of our viewers are saying that CNN said the suspect today died. Hold on, let me see this. Oh, yes, new statement from Secret Service, guys. There is a new statement from the Secret Service. I'm going to read you the statement. New from Secret Service. A bunch of reporters posted it. Julie Sirkin, also one of those reporters. So the Secret Service says, Shortly after 6 p.m. on Saturday, an individual approached a Secret Service checkpoint in the area of 17th Street and Pennsylvania Avenue Northwest. A preliminary investigation indicates that as the individual approached, he removed a weapon from his bag and began firing at posted officers. Secret Service police officers returned fire, striking the suspect, who has died. He was transported to an area hospital where he later died. During the shooting, a bystander was also struck by gunfire. It remains unclear whether the bystander was struck by the suspect's initial gunfire or during the exchange of fire with the Secret Service. No injuries were sustained by Secret Service personnel. The president was at the White House during the incident, but was not impacted. The incident remains under investigation. Again, that is from the Secret Service. I'm going to read that again. So the person went up to a White House, to a checkpoint near the White House, 17th and Pennsylvania Ave Northwest. Oops, hold on. Something happened with, lost me for a second, and then we came back. Hang on. This is the area we're talking about right here. Well, I think, is this 17th? Look at this. Look at this video here. Look at this video. This is the general area. I don't know if this is exactly 17th and Pennsylvania. I have to look and see. I'm looking to see if I can figure out if this is 17th and Pennsylvania or down the street from 17th and Pennsylvania. I don't recognize it as exactly 17th and Pennsylvania. But again, let me read. This is just where this happened. There is a checkpoint at 17th and Pennsylvania. I see. So, if you look on our map here, so there's the White House right here. There's the White House. There's a checkpoint right here. There is a checkpoint right on 17th Street. So I don't know if that's the one, but there is a checkpoint right there. Okay? See all the cars there? So there is a checkpoint there. So that might have been the one he walked up to right there. So again, what the Secret Service said, what the Secret Service said is that, just to repeat what the Secret Service said, they said, shortly after 6 p.m. Saturday, an individual approached a Secret Service checkpoint in the area of 17th Street and Pennsylvania Avenue Northwest. A preliminary investigation indicates as the individual approached, he removed a weapon from his bag and began firing at posted officers. Secret Service police officers returned fire, striking the suspect, who was transported to an area hospital where he later died. During the shooting, a bystander was also struck by gunfire. it remains unclear whether the bystander was struck by the suspect's initial gunfire or during the subsequent exchange of gunfire. No injuries were sustained by Secret Service personnel. The president was at the White House during the incident but was not impacted. The incident remains under investigation. Man killed by Secret Service near White House after firing at them.
Uzun konuşum yayın var da yani gündemde kalmasına bağlı. Gündeme getirirlerse patlar.
And here is a shot from AFP near the White House.
Patladı yani sonuçta bir acı oldu.
But that is the statement from the Secret Service. Yes, Ukraine has been under a missile and drone attack from Russia. We talked about this earlier. It is still going on. The Kyiv Independent reports at least 3 injured in a massive Russian missile and drone attack on Kyiv, Ukraine. And Truka, I believe it is, Ukraine says the mayor of Kyiv says 5 have been injured, one of them hospitalized by doctors, the others were treated on the spot in Kyiv. All right, so here's what I have to do at this point. So we have the statement from the Secret Service that a man approached a checkpoint near the White House, pulled out a gun from his bag, started firing at officers. That man was shot and killed by Secret Service. A bystander was shot. AP reports the bystander's in critical condition. We don't know who shot the bystander. President Trump is safe. Okay? I need to take a little break at the moment. The reason being, as crazy as this sounds, this doesn't happen often, but no joke, my brother's dog is where I am right now. He's staying with me for the weekend. So the dog needs to go outside. What can I tell you guys? I'm not going to beat around the bush. So I have to take the dog outside or we're going to have a big issue. I did not schedule myself with the dog being on the air for hours and hours. So that's going to have to happen. But also at this, so what I think I'll do is I can keep the stream going. But the other question is, remember, the stream was not originally about this. The stream was about possible peace deal with Russia, with Iran, and the Garden Grove situation. Then we also have the Ukraine stuff going on. So when I come back, we can talk about those things. But I don't even know if I should leave the title this or if I should change the title back to the other thing. I feel like maybe we should change the title back. Maybe. Yeah, it's going to take a little bit. So I'm trying to think of the best way to do this. I can change it when I get back. Well, I'll leave it up right now, but I'm just going to have to say that let me just go do that now, and just to do it, I'll put on the screen. The problem is if I leave this footage up, maybe I'll leave both. The footage will probably stop while I'm walking the dog. Then it gets real crazy. But if it happens, it happens. Steve is on a break. Sorry. I'm going to say hopefully it's sooner than this, but I got to just go do this. So just to be safe, I'm going to put this on the screen. And you know what? If the feed goes down while I'm on break, it goes down. What can I say? But you have to do what you have to do. So I'm going to go on a break. I'm going to leave this feed up. When I come back, we're going to be covering the other stories. But if the feed dies while and it just goes blank while I'm walking the dog, then it happens. So allow me to do this. I'll be back in a little bit. And we'll have more news coverage. Okay. Thank you to all of our moderators. I really appreciate all of our moderators. Oh, by the way, a quick thanks to Prep Mom, Seraphim Sting, Crocododo, J Spike 96, Israel Bishop, Pete 1987, Jeff TE 88, Garchomp, I Am Charlie, Thomas Hastings, Hey New Girl, J Carlos, Ander 6591, Lady Butterfly, Basil Problem, Mike from Jersey, Sharon A. Bear, and also I owe a thanks on Twitch to Bluesy, Carl 9034, Rad HG, Oxytropus, Lloyd Christmas, Andy, and Austin. And the Severinator, and Blank Salad. All right, so let me do this. All right, so let me go do this. I'll get back as soon as I can, and I'm planning to covering other stories when we get back, okay? So I'll leave this up for now. I'm sorry if the stream goes off while I'm on my break, but we'll be back and we'll do more coverage. Okay, so hang tight.
Bana göre solda bulunan
nokta bu tür polis ekipleriyle ve şu an gördüğünüz asker gibi olanlarla National Guard yani ulusal muhafız zaten bölgede güvenliği sağlıyorlar. Şimdi saldırganın bu atış açmasından sonra saldırganın özellikle Secret Service'in verdiği karşılık sonucu yaralandığı ve hastaneye kaldırıldığı belirtiliyor. Şu ana kadar tek kişi olduğu bilgisi var. Bu polis ekiplerinden yani güvenlik noktasından Secret Service'den yaralı olmadığı belirtildi ama ilerleyen saatlerde yeni güncellemeler muhtemelen gelecek. Tabii saldırganın hangi motivasyonla bu saldırıyı gerçekleştirdiği konusunda hep bir yorum yapmak için erken ama en azından bir önceki ülkemizde bunun sıradan bir olay olup Secret Service'in her ihtimale karşı mı bir müdahalesi var mı acaba diye aklımızda bir soru vardı. Ama şu an itibariyle bu soru da ortadan kalktı. Bu saldırı direkt Beyaz Saray'ın girişindeki Secret Service'e yani Beyaz Saray'ın Trump'ın koruma ekibine yapılan, o güvenlik noktasına yapılan bir saldırı olarak kayıtlara geçti. Saldırganın kimliği ve bu saldırıyı neden yaptığı, sosyal medya hesaplarından ya da farklı izler sürülerek netleşecek ama şunu da hatırlatalım. Bundan bir ay önce yine Donald Trump'a bir suikast girişimi olmuştu. Bu da direkt Donald Trump'ın içeride ekibiyle İran'la ilgili toplantılar yaptığı bir anda gerçekleşmesi de yine bir mesaj olarak algılanabilir.
pesar de que ha sido votado y ganó las elecciones una vez, por segunda vez que ha sido eleccionado, otra vez siento que ha hecho un buen, bien para el país en sí, porque si no, no hubiera sido eleccionado por la segunda vez. Yo que soy turista y vengo por primera vez a Washington, un poco decepcionado por lo que ha pasado, más que todo porque quería ver la Casa Blanca y no pude verla muy de cerca por lo que está pasando ahora con Donald Trump, el presidente de Estados Unidos. Y a pesar de todos los incidentes que han pasado, siento que está un poco decepcionante de los militares que pueda tocar estas ocasiones tan cercanas al presidente, y me parece un poco, no sé, peligroso, más que todo para, no solo para el presidente, sino para los ciudadanos de la ciudad y del país. Yo estaba en mi hotel, obviamente no reflejó nada, pero para la gente que estaba aquí, yo ya estaba en el momento y me da un poco de temor y miedo estar en un país que supuestamente no es seguro y que haya pasado eso tan cerca de un público. No, no tengo
Okay, we are back. Thanks for your patience. Now I have to figure out. I was checking the news while I was away. I didn't see anything huge on the Secret Service and DC thing. They just posted the statement, which we've already seen. We already read the statement earlier. Secret Service, shortly after 6 p.m. Saturday, an individual in the area of 17th Street and Pennsylvania Ave pulled a weapon from his bag and began firing. Secret Service, reportedly at a checkpoint. Secret Service police returned fire, striking the suspect, who was transported to an area hospital where he was pronounced deceased. During the shooting, one bystander was also struck by gunfire. No injuries were sustained by officers. The president was in the White House during the incident. However, no protectees or operations were impacted. The incident remains under investigation, and additional information will be released as it becomes available. Hold on. And there is the location here. There's the White House here. And this was at 17th and Pennsylvania Ave, which is here. Right there. Okay, now what I need to do is, I think we're going to get back to some of the other stories, and I'll let you know if we hear more about that. Hang on a second. Hang on a moment. So what I need to do now is, I'm going to leave that video up for a second because I need to change back the title to what it was before. So give me a second to do that. I am changing back the title. Oh, give me one more moment here. I just need to get the title back to what it was before, and the graphic back to what it was before. Okay, I think that's done. I think that's done, and let me just fix it over there on Twitch as well. Why is this not working? Okay. So, we're going to get back to, we have this. President Trump has said that a Iran deal is close, but Iran's response to his post seemed to suggest maybe it's not close. And, oops, that's not what I want. Also, Garden Grove update and Ukraine update I want to do. Okay, so we're going to go away from this footage. Now, I want to mention Ukraine because there is at least when I last left, there was an ongoing large missile and drone attack going on in Kyiv, in the capital. So I wanted to mention that. Oh, hold on a second. Somebody mentioned Garden Grove. I do not have a helicopter available that I don't have a live shot from Garden Grove available to me. Just so you know. Is there somewhere you're seeing one? I was looking at one before. Oh, it looks like NBCLA has a helicopter up. I'll keep an eye on that. I can't steal their footage. Somebody said the bystander passed away. Is that true? In the White House shooting? I haven't seen that. I haven't seen that the bystander passed away. Didn't say that in the statement that just came out from the Secret Service. Here, let me show you this. Ukraine's capital, Kyiv, hit by massive missile and drone attack, says Reuters. Ukraine's capital, Kyiv, was hit by a massive strike of missiles and drones early on Sunday, shortly after its Air Force warned Russia might launch a hypersonic Orezhnik ballistic missile, which may have been used. Explosions reverberated around through the city after 1 a.m. local time, after the Air Force announced a threat of an Orezhnik launch. In its Telegram channel, at least 3 people were injured and several residential buildings were damaged across the city. Kyiv Mayor Vitaly Klitschko said on Telegram, I'll have to check up some of the updates. Debris was on fire on the premises of a school in the city center. On Saturday, President Zelensky of Ukraine warned that Russia was preparing a strike against Ukraine using the Orezhnik missile, citing intelligence from Ukraine, the US, and Europe. Ukraine's Air Force did not immediately respond to a request for comment on whether an Orezhnik missile hit any target. Russia has already attacked Ukraine twice with the Orezhnik, a missile that President Putin has boasted is impossible to intercept because of its reported velocity of more than 10 times the speed of sound. Zelensky's warning, says Reuters, came after Putin ordered his military to prepare options for retaliation against Ukraine for a drone strike on a student dorm in the Russian-controlled Luhansk region of eastern Ukraine, claimed Moscow. Ukraine's military said it had targeted a Russian drone command unit, not a student dorm. So we're keeping an eye on that. And I am seeing here that I have from the mayor of Kyiv posted and said that a 20-story residential building was hit at the 13th floor level. Reported that a drone crashed into a warehouse building and also into the territory of a garage cooperative. There's a fire there. Also, a drone hit a different 16-story residential building at the 12th, 13th floor level. There's a fire there. A one-story private house is also on fire. I'm just reading some of these reports from the mayor of Kyiv. I'll show you some of the reports from the mayor of Kyiv from this attack. Oops. So these are just some of the things he's been posting. A drone hit a 24 residential building, fire on the 20th floor. That was about an hour ago. Drone hit a 9-story residential building at the level of floors 3 to 4. Drone hit a shopping center building. These are just some of these reports coming in over the last couple hours. Debris falling. Fire on a damaged gas pipe. Fire in a residential building, not unconfirmed. Five injured in the Capitol. He said about an hour ago, one of them was hospitalized by doctors. The others were treated on the spot. Rockets are still hitting the city, he said. I don't know if he means missiles or drones. It says, his translation says rockets at the bottom. So that's still going on. I'm keeping an eye on updates from Ukraine. The Ukraine Air Force also says that a group of cruise missiles is heading towards Kyiv. A group of cruise missiles in the Chernihiv region is heading towards Kyiv. That is from the Ukrainian Air Force. So this is from the last 20 minutes or so from them. You can see about 7 minutes ago, they said a group of cruise missiles is heading towards Kyiv. They said about 15 minutes ago, the capital is 12 minutes ago, the capital is currently under massive attack from enemy missiles. Stay in shelters until the end of the day. Also, launches of guided aerial bombs by enemy tactical aircraft in the Donetsk region, which is not Kyiv. That's from the Ukrainian Air Force. Now, keeping an eye on that, but also I want to keep an eye on Garden Grove. So NBC Los Angeles right now has a camera showing a bunch of water being poured on the tanks in Garden Grove. Again, if you missed it, there is a risk of a chemical tank explosion in Garden Grove. And earlier today, the authorities said that they thought that late yesterday they'd gotten the temperature under control, or that the temperature had stopped rising in the tank in crisis, but actually it hadn't stopped rising. So earlier today, they said the temperature had gone from 77 yesterday morning to 90 degrees inside the tank today, and it was going up about a degree an hour. So we're keeping an eye on that. Garden Grove, California, there's a chemical tank which is at risk of explosion. About 40,000 people have been evacuated. Now, Craftsman Ethos says, my wife works as an EMT on OC, sent me an update. They are about to go in. I have no idea if that's true. It's possible that authorities could try to take some, proactive action if they feel it's going to help. I don't know. I haven't heard anything on that. Thank you so much, Craftsman Ethos. I appreciate your support. Also, Seraphim Sting, thanks for the memberships. And Hiking with Dogs, thanks for being a member. And Yeah, I can't steal other cameras. Seraphim Sting mentions that Intel Cams has some Ukraine cams posted. Thank you. So if people want to check that out, you can go over there. Again, I'm not allowed to steal other people's cameras, but if you want, you can check out Intel Cams is showing some cameras from Ukraine on their channel, Intel Cams on YouTube. So thanks for the heads up, Seraphim Sting. I appreciate that. Also, Delete O-Matic, thank you, and Prep Mom, and J Spike and Coco Crodo. And also, thanks on Twitch to Carl9034. So I'm keeping an eye on that as well. Also, I hadn't seen this yet. Ted Cruz said, President Trump said a few hours ago that the U.S. and Iran, he says, are close to a deal. But it's not clear if that's the case. Ted Cruz says, I am deeply concerned, Republican senator, about what we are hearing about an Iran, in quotes, deal being pushed by some voices in the administration. President Trump's decision to strike Iran was the most consequential decision of his second term. He was right to do so, says Ted Cruz, and we achieved extraordinary military results, including destroying all of their missiles and drones. Well, I don't know. I don't believe we have, just to be clear, I don't believe at all. There's multiple reports that say that they have missiles and drones left. Anyways, Ted Cruz says, including destroying all of their missiles and drones and sinking their entire navy. If the result of that is to be an Iranian regime still run by Islamists who chant death to America, now receiving billions of dollars, being able to enrich uranium and develop nuclear weapons and having effective control over the Strait of Hormuz, then that outcome would be a disastrous mistake. The details are still coming out, and I pray the early reports are wrong, but the fact that the Biden's Rob Malley is praising the deal is not encouraging. President Trump believes in peace through strength, and his strong leadership has already made America much safer, says Ted Cruz. He should continue to hold the line, defend America, and enforce the red lines he has repeatedly drawn. Mr. Rubix thinks Ted only wants best for Israel. Only wants what's best for Israel. Wooden says Ted Cruz is mad he is a big Israel guy. Hang on a moment here. In case you missed it, here's what, I don't need my headphones on at the moment. In case you missed it before, here is what President Trump said. President Trump said, I had a good call with leaders or leading officials from places like Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Qatar, Pakistan, Turkey, Egypt, Jordan, Bahrain. And he says, an agreement has largely been negotiated subject to finalization between the U.S., Iran, and other countries as listed separately. I had a call with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, which went very well. Final aspects and details of the deal are currently being discussed and will be announced shortly. In addition to many other elements of the agreement, the Strait of Hormuz will be opened, he said. That was 4.5 hours ago. And then after that, the Iranian state media, Fars, which is close to the Republican Guard. Here's what the Iranian state media said. Iranian state media Fars, close to Republican Guard, said Trump's claim about returning the Strait of Hormuz to its previous state is untrue. According to Fars, Iranian state media, they say, contrary to Trump's claim moments ago on the social media network True Social that the Strait of Hormuz would return to its previous status and preparations were underway to sign the agreement, Fars reporters' follow-up shows the claim is also far from reality. According to the latest text exchanged, in the event of a possible agreement, the Strait of Hormuz will continue to be under Iranian management, they say. Although Iran has agreed to allow the number of ships passing through to return to pre-war levels, this does not in any way mean free passage back to the pre-war situation. Accordingly, the management of the strait, determining the route, time, method, and passage, and issuing permits will continue to be the monopoly and discretion of Iran. Therefore, Trump's claim in this regard is incomplete and does not correspond to reality. It is worth noting, they say, that Trump had previously stated that negotiating Iran's nuclear program would be a key condition for any agreement. However, no commitments have been made by Iran, and the nuclear issue has not been discussed at all at this stage. It is worth noting that American officials have acknowledged in numerous messages to Iran that Trump's tweets are mainly for propaganda and media consumption within the United States and have recommended these statements be ignored. I can't confirm that claim, but again, this is Iranian state media close to the Revolutionary Guard saying we haven't even discussed anything involving the nuclear program, and we are going to keep control in any agreement of the Strait of Hormuz. So, I mean, this doesn't, if that's really their position, I can't imagine there's going to be an agreement is close. Our viewer Veman Guy thinks that they're buying time for something. Veman Guy thinks Trump won't admit it's not going well. I don't know. Jeff Norbert thinks obviously Iran is not begging for a deal. That's what Jeff thinks. All right, so we're keeping an eye on that. Oh, I wanted to mention something, by the way. So that's what Trump said. A deal is close. The Wall Street Journal had some reporting about what's being discussed. As I said, I don't put too much stock into any of these reports about what's in a supposed deal. We've heard so many reports for weeks and weeks and weeks. The Wall Street Journal claims that the framework that Trump is on the precipice, they say that the deal would give the U.S. and Iran 30 days each to reach a final pact, but it could be extended another month. Okay. And they say they claim, the Wall Street Journal, that Iran has wanted a deal that would begin with an agreement to end the war and lift the U.S. blockade on Iranian ports, while Iran would temporarily reopen the Strait of Hormuz and temporarily waive transit fees as long as negotiations continue. Also, Iran wants unfreezing of assets by the U.S. Also is insisting that an agreement include a more permanent ceasefire in Lebanon. I don't know if Israel's going to agree to that. And the Wall Street Journal points out how there's they say the biggest sticking point is the nuclear issue. And says the U.S. wants Iran to hand over its enriched uranium and to commit to suspend its nuclear program, maybe for 20 years, and that Iran does not want to go on with that stuff and says the nuclear issue should be addressed at a later stage. That's according to the Wall Street Journal. I mean, different reports say different things. See if I have any other reporting for you on this. The Washington Post says, according to a Pakistani official, the Washington Post says, according to a Pakistani official briefed on the talks, Iranian officials are demanding that talks about the country's nuclear program be delayed until after an agreement to end the war and reopen the strait, while U.S. officials want all issues to be addressed at once. By the way, Lindsey Graham, a Republican senator, has been posting his concerns about a possible deal today. Our viewer, Mr. Bebo, says no more extensions, send the missiles. Thank you, Mr. Bebo, for your support. Thanks also Commandant OCC and Guardchomp. And I am Charlie, who says, just like Baghdad Bob, you can't believe terrorists. Mad Max, our viewer, thinks if there's no nuclear deal, the war starts again. Bradley Stevenson, I'll have to check and see what the New York Times is reporting. My lord, our viewer thinks if there's no attack this week, it's a U.S. surrender. Here's what Lindsey Graham had to say. Here's a couple posts by Lindsey Graham. So let me do it this way. Republican senator. He's pretty hawkish on Iran. So he said, If it is perceived in the region that a deal with Iran allows the regime to survive and become more powerful over time, we will have poured gasoline on the conflicts in Lebanon and Iraq. A deal that is perceived to allow Iran to survive and possess the ability to control the strait in the future will put Hezbollah in Lebanon and the Shia militias in Iraq on steroids. So a number of Republicans posting concerns about what they're hearing about a possible deal today. Lindsey Graham also said today, if a deal is struck to end the Iranian conflict because it is believed that the Strait of Hormuz cannot be protected from Iranian terrorism and Iran still possesses the capability to destroy major Gulf oil infrastructure, then Iran will be perceived as being a dominant force requiring a diplomatic solution. This combination of Iran being perceived as having the ability to terrorize the strait in perpetuity and the ability to inflict massive damage to Gulf oil infrastructure is a major shift of the balance of power in the region, and over time it will be a nightmare for Israel. Also, it makes one wonder why the war started to begin with. If these perceptions are accurate, I personally am a skeptic of the idea that Iran cannot be denied the ability to terrorize the strait and the region cannot protect itself against Iranian military capability. It is important we get this right. Our viewer, Ma Florida, said 4:30 is a long time ago. That's when Trump posted his post saying that more details would be coming soon. Arby's Honey Horsey Sauce thinks Lindsey Graham is the biggest hawk in Congress. Austin Batman thinks Lindsey is right. Father Oblivion says, I'm actually agreeing with Lindsey. I feel dirty. Oh, hold on a second. Hey guys, I just saw something. About the shooting at the White House. The New York Post says the gunman who opened fire on the White House checkpoint today and was killed by Secret Service, the New York Post says he believed he was Jesus Christ. Nasiri Best, 21 years old. This is from the New York Post. And NBC News also has the same name, Nasiri Best, Nasire Best. And NBC News' Tom Winters says, officials say that Nasiri Best was the shooter. He has a documented history with law enforcement and prior concerns about his mental health. And let me mention something else about him. According to the New York Post, while a motive for the attack hasn't been confirmed, sources said Best is a mentally troubled individual who believed he was Jesus Christ and was known to the Secret Service and has violated a previous court order to stay away from the White House. That is from the New York Post. Okay? So they said, the New York Post is reporting that he violated a previous court order to stay away from the White House. So again, that is the reporting from the New York Post, and they have a picture of him that I don't have the right to, but I will post a link to the New York Post article in the chat. They say he was 21 years old. Yeah, I have access to a video from the area. We're not really, we covered that a bunch already, so I'm not going to linger on it because I want to talk about the other stuff. But just if you want to see it again, here's the Reuters live shot from the area. That's a live shot from Reuters. That's a live shot from Reuters of DC. But I'm not going to linger on it. If you missed it, a man walked up to a checkpoint near the White House and pulled out a gun and started firing at officers, and he was shot and killed, and a bystander got shot in the exchange as well. AP reported the bystander was in critical condition. I haven't heard anything more. That's unconfirmed. I don't have any updates about the tank in Garden Grove. I have no updates. I haven't seen anything. I'll look and see if there's anything reported, but I haven't seen anything. Oh, 20 minutes. You know what? I hadn't checked in a while. There's a new update from 24 minutes ago. Well, there you go. Sorry. My bad. We've been covering a bunch of things, but I missed that there's a new update posted about the tank. So let's look at that. I haven't even watched it yet. I'm sure some of you sent it to me, but we've been kind of busy here. Here is the post from Orange County Fire Authority. Let's look at what they have to say 24 minutes ago.
Hi, today's update for you. It's been a busy day. My name is Craig Covey, and I'm the incident commander for the Western Incident. The biggest focus, as always, is constantly about public safety. We're doing everything we can to ensure all of you are out of harm's way, and we're trying to mitigate this incident. The primary focus is the tanks. We're continuing to keep them cool and monitor them. We got the drones on them every 10 minutes, watching for any temperature changes or spikes. The next phase has been preventing further movement of anything if it comes out of the tank into the waterways and possibly out to the oceans. We want to protect the environment. And then we have brought in subject matter experts from all across the state to think completely outside the box. And we had some really good, productive conversations today that we are going to chase down those concepts. And if they work, will provide an ability for us to get ahead of this incident and these tanks quit driving the incident. Again, sitting back and allowing these tanks to fail is unacceptable. It's against what we think. We're a problem solver and we're doing our best to do that. Our goal is to protect your homes, no damage to them, and protect the environment. Hopefully we can get that done before any failure in the tanks. I am not promising that we're going to fix that, but I'm promising you we're doing everything we can to give us a third option that does not involve damaging this community or damaging our environment. Really appreciate your support. We're getting lots of positive messages back to us. We are hearing it. Our firefighters are working hard. Many are starting to go back downrange. We're going from, in some instances, a defensive operation to an offensive operation, meaning we're going into the hazard area and trying to take some actions we can to mitigate it at great personal risk, but the importance is there. Protect your homes, protect our environment, take the amount of risk that's appropriate to the situation, and get this thing done and get you back home.
So he talked about taking offensive action. One of the viewers, who was it who mentioned that before? Excuse me. Our viewer, Craftsman Ethos, thought they were going to go in soon. But I mean, that sounds like they're taught that they've been and they're doing some more proactive things. They already took some proactive action overnight. I can play you that earlier video. This was the latest update here, but in the earlier update, they did say that they had done some proactive stuff overnight. So they're not just sitting back, he says. I don't know what these plans are, but HMM says send in the robots. But he says they're getting new ideas. I don't know what the original issue that caused this was, with it, why this happened in the first place. That I don't know. Here is, I'll show you the update. So that was the last one. Now this is from 8 hours ago. This one is from 8 hours ago that I'm going to show you in a second. Oops. But just to give you some background on, so this is not the latest update. He seemed, I'd say he seems positive in the latest update. So this was, again, this is 12:54 p.m. This is from 8 hours ago, 8.5 hours ago.
Good morning, my name is Craig Covey. I'm incident commander of the Western Incident, the hazmat incident in Garden Grove. Try to give you a little update this morning of what's going on. Yesterday afternoon, I did report that we had some positive intel and that the tanks were stable and we were keeping the temperature cool, and actually we thought we were reducing it a little bit. Unfortunately, I had to say thought. Those temperatures we are doing is via drone, doing readings on the external of the vessel. It's not covering the interior temperatures inside of what's actually the liquid is at. But with that intel and working with the chemist from the emergency response team from the manufacturer, we made a call last night to go back offensive. We've been defensive this whole time out of life risk and our hazard of the explosion. Going back offensive, we did put people in harm's way last night with support of the chemist team, that emergency response team, and our members. We did put them back in harm's way last night with an attempt to go in and neutralize the additional tank, the 15,000 gallon tank. We want to neutralize that product to remove its explosive potential should the 7,000 gallon tank blow up. So when the members went in there, they were able to go see the gauge that's being covered by water. You can't see it from a distance, you can't see it from a drone. They were able to go in there and see the gauge and actually see what the internal temperature is of this tank that's having issues. Unfortunately, I do have to report that the temperature was 90 degrees. Yesterday morning, it was 77 degrees when we backed out. It's been averaging about a degree an hour increasing. So that's the bad news. Unfortunately, I have to share with you. There's some thoughts here. So we still have the two plans, right, that we were handed this incident off to us. Does it rupture and spill, or does it blow up? Right now, one of the concepts we're thinking about is because of the heavy deluge of water and cooling it, we're allowing it to cure at a slower rate and reducing its overpressure building. It's one of the thoughts. So like an ice cube that freezes from the outside in, this stuff cures, it heats up and cures from the outside in. While it's doing that process, it's building that pressure. There's a void space above the top layer of the water or the liquid to the top space. We're hoping that that space can absorb a slower cure rate and not overpressure and blow up. So that's the third option. We're optimistic and we're trying to look into validate, get some technology in there that can validate our thoughts, do some additional research. In addition to that, we're bringing people in from all over the country, talking to people all over the place, trying to come up with additional options. Letting this thing just fail and blow up is unacceptable to us. Our goal is to find something and not allow that happen, not let it damage our community, not let it damage our environment. That's unacceptable. So we're going to continue with that out-of-box thinking, come up with those other plans. Concurrently, we're working on how do we respond to this thing should it fail. So we have very aggressive plans being developed for contingency for fire emergency, for medical emergencies, which should be limited because thankfully you have followed our direction and removed the life safety hazard of this by evacuating. The only life safety hazard now is our firefighters and our police officers and that chemistry team going down range. That eliminates a big part of this problem. And the last thing we're doing is we're preparing for the tank to fail and spill the liquid all over the place. We're going to try to establish some diking and damming and divert it to a spot that could be a holding area. There's a trailer offloading spot, if you're familiar with that, at commercial buildings. It kind of goes downgrade. We're looking for places that we can push this fluid should it fail and try to prevent it from getting into our storm drains, our river channels, and ultimately into the ocean, doing an environmental disaster. So that's today's update. I hope this helps you. I know you're out of your houses. I know there's a lot of anxiety over this. I just need you to understand, we are not giving up. We are not accepting the fact that we just let this thing fail. We're going to try to find a solution. We're working 24 hours a day to do it. We had members downrange last night at 4 in the morning. We're going to do everything we can to mitigate this, protect your residences, protect our environment, and get you back home.
So that was this morning. Again, unfortunately, the temperature of the tank has kept rising. It had not leveled off like they thought yesterday, but they say they are working on going offensive, and they don't just want to sit back. We heard the update from about half an hour ago where they say they have some things that they're working on, and it sounded like they were planning on being proactive and taking some actions in the coming hours to try to make the situation better. CT fan says, I'm not confident. Grief PB says, is the fire department qualified for this? Shouldn't FEMA be involved? You know, it's an interesting question. I mean, they say they're working with a bunch of different people, so I don't know. You know, I'm sure if this is the kind of thing that clearly this is their responsibility. So I'm sure that they have either background themselves or they have planned in advance people they can talk to, experts about these kind of things. I don't know who those are though. But it's a good question. Evelyn in Maine said, since this morning, no second entry, no that we know of, no updated gauge reading, no confirmation of cooling at this point. We don't know the temperature. That's true right now. We do not know the temperature. I did want to mention also the one other update that we saw where they showed this map. Why didn't they post this map anywhere? Anyways, I'm going to show you the thing with the map, but I want to show you. So I found an article that has a better copy of the map. I am going to post in the chat right now. I don't have the rights to it, but it's their photo. But this is a map. I'm going to post a link to the map that the Orange County Register posted, where you can see the map much better. I just posted the link to the map, and it's this map that I'm going to show you a video about right now. But this one here. But again, if you want to see it better, you should click on the link I just posted, because it shows it much better. I'll post that again, but it's kind of hard to see in this video. But again, I'm gonna post again a link to the map. The Orange County Register got a good photo of the map, and I just posted it again. If you go to that link, you will see a quite clear shot of the map. And something else, Firejack mentioned this as well, that you can see on the map these two yellow lines going out here and here, although it's not exactly clear what that is. Oh, I see what it is. So the orange area, I don't know if you guys can see this. If you can't see it on here, but see how this looks like? It looks like it's like a flame here. Actually, there's this orange line that goes here and then curves around. So it's kind of actually an orange cone, actually. And then there's a red cone. So I know this looks like it's just a flame here, but actually there's a red cone that's right here, and then there's also I should probably try to draw it. If you give me a second, I can draw it. So what I'm talking about is, for example, for the orange thing, if you look on the map, it's actually something like this. I'm doing my best here. It's not exact. That's what it looks like on the map. And then the red looks like, if I can do this right, the red's kind of like this. You see what I'm saying? Oh, you can't see that on the screen right now. Hold on. You'll be able to see this in a second. You have no idea what I'm doing. You're like, why is he saying it and I can't see what he's doing? Well, hold on a second. We'll fix this. There. Now you can see it. See that? See how I drew it's like an orange cone and a red cone, and I believe there's an implied yellow cone too. Although I can't necessarily see the top of the yellow cone, but there are yellow lines that go like, oops, you can't see it here. There's yellow lines that go roughly here and here. So I'm assuming that there's a yellow cone around here as well. So that's the basic idea from what I can gather. It's not like just a flame thing. It's a little confusing. But think cone. And again, I will post right now the link to the better photo of that map. Yeah, it's sort of like a baseball field in a way. An increasing range for each color. And I guess the range points north, although I don't know if that varies with the wind. Anyway, so I'm going to show you what he had to say about this in a second. Thank you so much, AX Forever, for being a 4-year member. That's really nice of you, AX Forever. Thank you also, Vmon Guy and Crocododo. Oh, Coco. No, I thought it said Crocododo. It said Coco Crodo. Sorry, Coco Crodo. And Crypto King and Ashley Will Beloved for your support. And Hotfix92. And also Courtney Cowan. Thank you, Courtney Cowan, for your support. So let's just take a look. Now that you can see the basic idea of that map, let's look at this video that was posted about 5 hours ago.
A variety of different shapes. You'll see. Hello, my name is Nick Freeman. I'm a division chief with the Orange County Fire Authority and serving as the hazmat branch on the Western Incident in the city of Garden Grove, California. I wanted to briefly talk to you guys about our evacuation zones that we discussed yesterday in our press conference, and to give you some visual representation of those evacuation zones and why we've put those zones into place. If I step over here to our map, you'll see a variety of different shapes. You'll see our circles and then our oblong shapes. Those represent different things. Our circles represent our blast zone. So if this tank fails and we have an explosion, these represent our blast zone.
And just to clarify, the inner circle is severe damage blast zone. The second circle is moderate damage blast zone, and the outer circle is light damage blast zone.
The innermost circle represents areas where we can expect severe structural damage and significant harm. The next ring out is our moderate blast damage. We would expect, again, structural damage and harm to those within that zone. And then our third layer is our light blast damage, where we might see some structural damage, but it would be a little bit more limited. As we move up to our oblong shapes, you have 3 represented. Our red up here indicates areas of flammability where we could have fire or flash fire in those zones. Beyond that, you'll see an orange oblong. That represents areas that are immediately dangerous to life and health, where it would cause injury if anybody inhales or is impacted by the product in question. And then the yellow is our non-hazardous zone, which is our odor threshold. This product has a very low odor threshold and can be smelt very easily, so that's why that representation is very large, but again, it is non-hazardous at that level. We've also indicated some daily wind shifts that can and will occur throughout the incident, and we're constantly modeling our wind and weather throughout the incident, as we expect our weathers to consistently change from day to night. That concludes my overview of our maps.
Hi, my name is Dr. Regina Chincio Kwong. I otherwise go by Dr. CK. I'm your county health officer. And I know you just learned about our different evacuation zones from Chief Freeman, but I want to talk about the health concerns you may all have about what that all means when it comes to this diagram. So this diagram shows you the evacuation zone that was carefully selected, taking into consideration worst case scenario. If you are not in the evacuation zone in red here, you do not need to worry. Just stay informed with any updates that you see. Now, if you remain in the evacuation zone, that's where your risk increases. And as Chief Freeman had mentioned, there are different blast zones that we're taking into consideration. And yes, there are other areas that where we worry about some of the vapors that can come from the substance. Now, MMA does have a very strong fruity odor, and smelling it doesn't mean that it will have health impacts. We actually do know that when you smell it, you don't typically have symptoms, and when you actually measure the levels in the air, it doesn't mean it's dangerous. So I know that there is a segment here that shows yellow. That's the area where you might smell it if the chemical actually reacts in a way that it ends up with having vapors in the air. But again, if you are not in the evacuation zone, we don't expect any health impact. So I'm going to say it a different way. I know I'm hearing a lot of things about people wanting to wear masks in and around the area. Again, if you are not in the evacuation zone, you do not need a mask. We have taken all the things into consideration, and this is just thinking about worst case scenario. And this is why we have this evacuation zone. If you were told to evacuate, please evacuate, because we're trying to keep in mind your safety. That's all I have for now, and stay safe.
Hello.
So if I understand it right, with the map, there's the circles, which are the blast zones, and then these areas up here are about the possible harm zones from the vapors, if I'm getting that right. What was the language he used for the ones?
That represents areas that are immediately dangerous to life and health where it would cause injury. Beyond that, you'll see in oblong shapes. You have 3 represented. Our red up here indicates areas of flammability where we could have fire or flash fire in those zones. Beyond that, you'll see an orange oblong. That represents areas that are immediately dangerous to life and health where it would cause injury if anybody inhales or is impacted by the product in question.
Yeah, it's a little confusing, but again, the circles are the blast damage zones. And I think the intention of the other zones related to the oblong shapes are the vapors stuff, but it's a little confusing. Anyways, the chemical is methyl methacrylate. But, you know, again, they said in their latest update, I'm just going to play this. I know we just heard it. It's 2 minutes long. Just to play this one more time. This is the latest one right here. This is the newest one. Let me just play the newest one more time. It's 2 minutes long because now that we've gone over some of this stuff, I want you to just have fresh in your mind the most recent one. That would be the best thing. Because it seems like they think there's a chance that maybe they can get a handle on this. Now, why is this not? Okay. Yeah, so this is I'm going to play the 2 minute one. This is the most recent one. Most recent one, 2 minutes long, 36 minutes ago.
Hi, today's update for you. It's been a busy day. My name is Craig Covey, and I'm the incident commander for the Western Incident. The biggest focus, as always, is constantly about public safety. We're doing everything we can to ensure all of you are out of harm's way, and we're trying to mitigate this incident. The primary focus is the tanks. We're continuing to keep them cool and monitor them. We got the drones on them every 10 minutes, watching for any temperature changes or spikes. The next phase has been preventing further movement of anything if it comes out of the tank into the waterways and possibly out to the oceans. We want to protect the environment. And then we have brought in subject matter experts from all across the state to think completely outside the box. And we had some really good, productive conversations today that we are going to chase down those concepts and if they work, will provide an ability for us to get ahead of this incident and these tanks quit driving the incident. Again, sitting back and allowing these tanks to fail is unacceptable. It's against what we think. We're a problem solver and we're doing our best to do that. Our goal is to protect your homes, no damage to them, and to protect the environment. Hopefully we can get that done before any failure in the tanks. I am not promising that we're going to fix that, but I'm promising you we're doing everything we can to give us a third option that does not involve damaging this community or damaging our environment. Really appreciate your support. We're getting lots of positive messages back to us. We are hearing it. Our firefighters are working hard. Many are starting to go back downrange. We're going from, in some instances, a defensive operation to an offensive operation, meaning we're going into the hazard area and trying to take some actions we can to mitigate it at great personal risk, but the importance is there. Protect your homes, protect our environment, take the amount of risk that's appropriate to the situation, and get this thing done and get you back home.
So, he sounds like he's saying that they're going to take some offensive action, and he's hoping they can, mitigate the situation before it either blows up or leaks the chemical. I hope they can do it. Joel Reed says, I wish there were more live footage of this. Joel is an evacuee. Joel Reed is an evacuee. Yeah, it's hard. I didn't have access to it. NBC4 was showing some live footage a short while ago, but their stream is not live anymore that I see. They were live on YouTube, although you can try watching some of the local news. If I had access to it, I would show you a live cam. I don't have access to one. It's too bad that the city or the state doesn't have one. I think it's. When I want to know what's going on, the best way to do that to me is having that camera to look at. So I'm sorry that I certainly feel for everybody who's been impacted by this. Tens of thousands of people evacuating. Some of the reports say 50,000 people evacuated, were under evacuation. Yesterday it was said it was 40. I don't know if that changed. The LA Times says as many as 40,000. But regardless, it's a lot of people who had to leave their house. Then they worry that, in addition to that, they worry their house will get damaged or something. So some people did not evacuate, said Scott Patton. Yesterday, early on, they said about 15% of people were not, but maybe more of them did. I don't have the exact figures on that. There hasn't been a press conference today where they asked questions, where they took questions that I'm aware of. Spectre EH says, I'd be more worried about looters. Yeah, that when you have evacuations, that is a concern. I assume they have a lot of law enforcement. Well, they have law enforcement in the area. I know that can be a concern when you have evacuations. Matthew Felty says 40,000 live cam seems appropriate. I just don't know that they have one. I don't know that, the authorities, I don't think, have a helicopter up there to taking a constant. They have drones, but they're not releasing the drone cameras. But it would be nice if there was one available publicly. Hold on a moment here. Debbie Nielsen says they are not letting all the local streamers anywhere near Garden Grove. I think the only footage we'll see is from the air. Yeah, for those mentioning the map, I have access to a map. I just don't have the rights to show it. I can't just take a map that I can't take a photo of that map that somebody took a photo of and just show it on my channel because it's not my photo. But I posted a link to one in the chat before, and I'll post it again. I don't know why they haven't posted a better version of it online. Excuse me. So the city has the evacuation map online, but they don't have that other map. I haven't seen it posted by OCFA either. Pablo says, I stay in Garden Grove. And let's see, give me a moment here. Yeah, and I don't know when we're going to hear more about this deal. President Trump posted at 4:30 saying that the deal was close and more information soon. But we haven't heard anything more from President Trump about this. Now, Governor Newsom, now I believe this is done to unlock resources and funding, I believe. Governor Newsom had said earlier today, I'm proclaiming a state of emergency in Orange County as California continues to respond to the hazardous chemical incident in Garden Grove. Again, I believe that is done to, again, do things like unlock funds and resources. Evelyn said more shelters. Yeah. Well, you can see here, Governor Newsom proclaims state of emergency in response to ongoing chemical incident, makes additional shelter sites available. The proclamation directs the California Governor's Office of Emergency Services and all state government agencies to support Orange County and impacted local jurisdictions to address the emergency. The proclamation also unlocks additional emergency response resources and authorities, including making state-owned properties and fairgrounds available to provide shelter for evacuated residents as necessary. The one and only said it unlocked more resources. By the way, the missile and drone attack on Ukraine, on Kyiv, I believe, is still ongoing. It's been going on for hours. Oh, hold on a moment here. Yeah, I'm just looking at some of the posts from Ukrainian news sources. So, for example, just 15 minutes ago, the city of Kyiv said a 9-story residential building was hit between the 8th and 9th floors. Previously, one person died. Rescuers are extinguishing the fire. Yeah, I mean, I'm just as an example to show you some of what's being reported there. Why is this acting all weird? Oh. Yeah, so just to give you a sense, these are some of the recent reports from the city of Kyiv. Down at the bottom there, you see 7 minutes ago, an office center was hit in a certain district. There's a fire there. 15 minutes ago, oh, they just posted a new one. They said there's a certain station which will be temporarily closed for passenger traffic due to blast wave damage to the ground lobby. Looks like maybe a metro station. They talk about a school here, direct hit fire on the 2nd floor. As of about 45 minutes ago, they said there are currently 9 injured people in the capital. 5 of them were hospitalized. They did talk about a person dying here. About an hour ago, they talked about a 20-story residential building hit at the 13th floor level. So this is just, it's been going on for a number of hours. And that continues. And the Air Force has just posted that people in Kyiv should take shelter. The Air Force said about 12 minutes ago, they said cruise missiles are heading towards Kyiv. So that's ongoing, going on for hours. What does this mean? Matthew Felty said the Google incident has a GG city map. Matthew Felty, I don't know what you mean. The Google incident has a GG city map? What does that mean? Do you mean the Garden Grove? Oh, the Garden Grove incident? Is that what you're saying? Michael Joe Deal says, looks like it has to be a surrender for the Ukraine-Russia war to stop. Oh, Google Maps hasn't. Some people are saying there's a Google Maps map or something. Oh, I see. Right. So you're saying that if you go to Google Maps, you get an evacuation map which we've shown you. Yeah, we've shown you this before. Neutrals Inc. thinks I don't believe a good deal can be made with regarding Iran. Hang on a moment here. So I don't know. I don't know when we'll get more. You know, basically, we're waiting right now for more from President Trump, I guess, who said earlier that he thought a deal was close with Iran. But when we'll hear more about that, I don't know. Remember, Iran responded to his post and suggested that President Trump said part of the New Deal will be that the Strait of Hormuz is open, and Iran said that was false and that Iran would keep, they're willing to let ships go through, but that they would keep control of the Strait of Hormuz. So we're just, with that, we're kind of in this holding pattern, waiting to see what's going to happen. Hang on a moment here. As Trump said, an agreement has been largely negotiated, subject to finalization between the U.S., Iran, and various other countries. Final aspects and details of the deal are currently being discussed and will be announced shortly, he said. He says, in addition to many other elements of the agreement, the Strait of Hormuz will be open. After this came out, we did a poll on whether there would be an Iran-U.S. deal in the next week, and the large majority of you thought no. I am not, Jenny says, I am evacuated 2 miles from the chemical situation. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope they can get that chemical situation under control without an explosion or a leakage in the tank. So we're waiting to hear more about the Orange County, the Garden Grove tank situation, but I don't have more for you on that now. We're waiting to hear more on this whole possible Iran deal situation, but I don't have more on that for you now. We covered the whole White House, we covered the White House shooting for a couple hours. Shelley, the last temperature of the tank in Orange County was 90 degrees, but that was hours ago. Hours and hours ago. So I don't know what it is right now. Jen Xer says, is Cuba next? Thanks, RJam, by the way. RJam was wondering how on the map it seemed that I was asking about that before. It seemed that on the map they were saying that the vapor was going to move north, but the wind, when I last checked, the wind was blowing northeast. But I don't know. Maybe they've updated that map and we haven't seen an updated copy. Garden Grove weather right now, according to Google, they say that the current wind in Garden Grove is blowing. Actually, they say the wind right now is blowing from southwest to northeast. Thank you, Skylark. Skylark says MMA is in your composite fillings horrible. I don't know about that, but methacrylate is used. Wikipedia says it is used on a large scale for the production of polymethyl methacrylate, which is a transparent thermoplastic used as an engineering plastic. Methyl methacrylate is used on a large scale for the production of polymethyl methacrylate, which Wikipedia says is a transparent thermoplastic used as an engineering plastic. PMMA, which methyl methacrylate is used to make, is also known as acrylic and acrylic glass. Michael Donahue says PMMA is basically acrylic or plexiglass. Oh, Speaker Johnson posted about an hour ago and said, President Trump is the only one who could have gotten Iran, the world's largest state sponsor of terrorism, to the negotiating table. We are greatly encouraged to learn a peace deal in Iran is underway, he says, and look forward to hearing more about the specifics. Under President Trump's leadership, our nation is stronger, more respected on the global stage, and safer than ever before. He has peace deal in capital letters. Bernard Tapey says, where is it? Well, we'll have to wait and see if we hear about it this weekend. I don't know. Matt Talmer mentioned that Margot Gontar, who posts stuff from Ukraine, Margot from Kyiv, says online she saw 12 minutes ago, she said there's a almost whole apartment building on fire after the Russian attack. Now I'm hoping, if that's true, that people have been sheltering and are not in the apartment building. Again, the Russian missile and drone attack is still going on after hours in Kyiv. All right, so here's my question for you. So I have to eat something because I haven't eaten. I have to eat something. What I can do is I can keep the stream going while I'm eating just in case something big happens. The other option is just to not keep the stream going, and then if something big happens, I can come back on the air. I don't know that something big, like I don't know that we're going to hear anything more from President Trump tonight about the peace deal. It's 10:13 p.m. here. And also, I don't know that we're going to hear anything more about, we might not, about the tank. So the only reason I'd leave it on is in case something big happens. Now, I don't have any updates about Garden Grove right now. That's the thing. So yeah, I think what I'm going to do, with this stream is I think I'm going to wrap up this stream, and then if we get some kind of big update, I can come back on the air and focus on that. But I'm going to do that right now. I don't want to keep you. I don't like keeping the stream going when I might not have anything to say to you. So why don't we do that? I can always do another stream if big stuff happens tonight. Okay, we can always do that. Yeah, I don't have live footage that I can show you from Ukraine or anything. So let me do that. Let me do that. And then if something big happens, I can always come back on the air. If you missed it, we did do coverage of the shooting near the White House during this broadcast. Okay, so I would suggest, if you'd like, subscribe, follow the channel, Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. And turn on the notifications for the channel, because I never know when big news is going to happen. We might come on the air later if big news happens. So, what was I going to say? We have a notification system that we have set up ourselves. It works great. It's really reliable and it's free. So sign up to those and you'll get a notification every time we go live, before we go live. And that way you don't have to miss a stream. But the mods will post a link to the notifications, sign up in the chat, and I will post, and you can find the link to sign up for the free notifications in the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook. Oh, by the way, one thing I forgot to check, which Nicola reminded me about. Nicola just reminded me, thank you, Nicola, that I told you I was going to check what the New York Times was reporting about this deal. And the New York Times reports tonight claiming that in this proposed agreement that Iran has proposed to give up its stockpile of highly enriched uranium. But the Times says it has not been agreed upon precisely how Iran would give up its stockpile of highly enriched uranium, and that would be put off for a coming round of talks. And the Times says the U.S. wants Iran to make a general statement that it will commit to doing so. So I don't know. Anyways. They also say a key component of any deal would involve the release of billions of dollars in frozen Iranian assets abroad. We'll just have to see. I don't know if there's going to be a deal and what the terms are going to be. We'll just have to see. But thanks, Nicola, for mentioning that. I'm sorry I didn't get to all of the comments. Oh, Bastion Girl sent me like a site that shows alerts in Ukraine as well. I'll have to look at that. Thanks, Bastion Girl. So anyways, all right, I'm going to wrap this up. I got to eat something, and I'll keep an eye out for updates. I really appreciate people tuning in for the broadcast. I hope that bystander, I mean, the last I heard, there was a bystander shot in the whole DC incident. AP said they were in critical condition. I haven't heard anything else. I hope the person survives and can recover. And obviously, I hope that in Garden Grove, they can figure out a way to get that under control without an explosion. But I appreciate everybody watching the broadcast. I appreciate you sending updates to me during the broadcast and letting me read your comments and questions on the air and participating in the chat. So thank you. Oh, one of our viewers mentioned something else that I hadn't seen. Hold on. I'm looking at FARS right now, and I don't see anything. Thank you, Christopher Sievers. Christopher, I'm looking at FARS right now on Telegram, and I don't see anything after what we read last time that's relevant. So I read the statement from FARS from a few hours ago. Wait, unless I'm missing something here. Let's see. I don't see a new statement from them. I don't see it right now. So, anyways, I'll look. I'll keep Christopher Sievers. Thank you. I'll keep an eye out for it. I just did a quick look and I didn't see whatever statement from a foreign ministry spokesman. I have not seen that from FARS yet myself. But I'll keep an eye out for things. I got to wrap this up. Christopher said it was 36 minutes ago. Again, I'm looking at their Telegram right now and I don't see it. Yeah, I'm literally looking at their Telegram right now and I don't see anything from 36 minutes ago. I'm just looking at their website, actual website. Oh, there's something on their website. Oh, but that I think is from earlier. Hold on. I don't know. Again, Iran, FARS News posted a story that their foreign ministry spokesman said today at some point that Iran and Washington have edged closer to finalizing a memorandum of understanding. That was in a TV interview, and that was Saturday. So that's kind of an old story because it says that he said that during an interview on Saturday, but currently it's Sunday. In Iran time right now is Sunday at 5:52 a.m. So if he said that in a TV interview on Saturday, that would be, I think, before President Trump even came out with his statement. And then we heard the response from FARS News. So I agree that they posted this story, but that statement is before Trump even came out with his statement and before the FARS response. Anyways, thank you, Christopher Sievers. I appreciate that. Let's see here. I really appreciate our moderators who have been here during the stream. People like Haley Girl and Beth Mythical and Ruth on YouTube. They're the reason that we can have chats, our moderators, chat rooms. Robert's May Queen, busy chat as usual. So thanks to all of our moderators over there. Also all of our Twitch moderators. Sorry, I haven't thanked the moderators in too long. Sorry about that, moderators. Bash and Girl, Matthew, Kohai 3, and Sarah, and all of our Twitch moderators who've been moderating over there. Thank you so much. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha, who moderate for us on X, and also our Facebook moderators. Paul Anderson, thank you, Paul. Andrea Holder, Kay Larry Body, Shannon Davis Hughes, Michael Fergal, Darren Charlo. Thanks to all of our moderators. And thanks so much to everybody for supporting the channel. I owe a few more thanks here. Christopher Sievers, as I mentioned, thanks, Christopher. James Jarns Burns. Jarns or James? Oh, James Burns. James Burns, 9706. Matthew Felty. Skylark 5789, RJam, Crawdad. Sorry, I didn't thank you before. Mass Wolf for the gift membership. Did I thank Sarcasm BTC and Venom Forever? I think AX Forever. I think I did. So I really appreciate your support for the channel, because that's what allows the channel to exist, is your support. So thank you, CC. Thanks for your support over there on Twitch. And I will post updates about things on my X account, which is @Lookner. You can follow me over there for updates. Whoa, and I will turn that down. @Lookner on X is where you can follow me for breaking news updates when we're not on the air. Also, I will, if you're on X, I would suggest follow Agenda Free TV. That's a great way to find out when we're going live. I always post there before we go live and post updates about the channel there, Agenda Free TV, @Agenda Free TV. We do have a chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air. The Agenda Free, it's free, our free Discord chat. A bunch of our viewers like doing that. Check out our Discord chat. It's the same link as the free notifications link. So check out our Discord chat. Big thanks to our Discord moderators who help out with our Discord chat. Also, I would recommend, if you watch on YouTube, turn on the YouTube notifications. Another way to find out when we are live. And on YouTube, to turn on the YouTube notifications, what you need to do is subscribe to the channel and then click the bell and choose all notifications. If you're already subscribed, make sure you have the bell checked and you've checked all notifications. I really appreciate also our Facebook subscribers who support the channel, like Diane Allworth and Kristen McConnell Gates. You know who I didn't thank? I think I didn't thank a couple people over on Facebook. I think I didn't do that. Kristen McConnell Gates, Michael Fergal, Kelly Dobkins Lee, and Shelly Atkins. I got to thank them in the chat. But thank you for the Facebook stars. And also thanks to our subscribers, Diane Allworth, Robert Rial II, Brian Davio, and Kay Lowry Body, and all of our other Facebook subscribers, Dolly Clark, thank you, huge thanks. And our Twitch subscribers, people like Uncle Fester, Wall Street Shaggy, CC, Beatnik Bandit, Girly Sound. Sorry I didn't thank the subscribers and members earlier. Next time we'll do it earlier. Gina Pina, thanks for being a subscriber on Twitch. Beatnik Bandit, Radioactive, Jax Haku. Welcome Seductive Pickle to the chat. Speed Wiener, our subscriber, thank you. CC, Hugh J, Slippy313, thanks for subscribing. Andy and Austin, and Sandy Doggo, and all of our other Twitch subscribers. Sim Nasty Scrimp, thank you, Twitch subscribers. Annie Cush as well. And also our YouTube members, Barry, Crypto King, Balco Bulls, Patricia Canada, Ken Lance, Jimmy, Miss Link, Gregory Scherer, Evelyn in Maine, Silent Hero, Austin Batman, Danny G, James Burns, the one and only, and all of our other viewers. Arcus Pud, thanks for being a member. Thanks Firestar for watching. Factory Rejects MX. Figs on Twitch, thanks for watching. All right. Ann Spencer, thanks. Sandy Lucas, thanks for watching. But again, I'll be keeping an eye out. So if there's huge news, we can come back on the air. Oh, and thanks, Shaft. Shaft just gave 5 people memberships. It's very nice of you, Shaft. Thank you. All right, I'm going to wrap this up. I'm going to eat something. and we'll keep an eye out for more news. So that is it for now. And thank you for watching, and we will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.